maybe the government is not the one that is able to do all these investments, but you can give people incentives. And the way education has itself has given many people, investors, incentive, because they know when you build a school, you don't even need to advertise. Kids will come. Parents will bring their children because we give birth every day. But I think it's also important that government, as this process has gone, to go around the country, have an assessment. I'm telling you, most of the people who do planning, they don't even know, they don't even visit the country. They don't know, like, I mean, they leave it to their structures, the municipalities, but you need to go around the country and say, how can I make change here? When you drive to Kitgum, you could see such beautiful land. And you could do so much if you plan that land with the people, with the communities, and tell them, how can we help to develop? How can we bring services closer to you? How can we make sure that we don't get affected by them? How can we close this gap of all these kids that get on the bus and flock Kampala to beg? How can we? There are so many things that government can do, and they could use this period because it's given us a much more wider perspective on what can happen when things go worse, and they could plan for their country better.
Well, thank you very much, Faisal. Russ B, I ask you a question. What should government do to support the industry to recover? I mean, what we hear most of the time is that, there's a subsidy coming for the creative industry. Now, you are an investor into this industry we're talking about. You're not just a creative mind, but you're also an investor like Faisal. I mean, how much money can government give you to subsidize, or how much handout can you receive to compensate for the 1.5 years you've been? Is that the best strategy, or what are the best, what in your view as an investor, what would be the best way government can help you to support you as an event supplier for your business to get back on the stage?
Of course, for now, if government says, hey, this is a handout to me, I'll be happy. But it's not a solution. It's not a solution to my business or my well-being. It's not a permanent solution. You see, the best way, as we've talked before, is planning. Because when you look at our government, what I've I think noticed, our planners are asleep. When you look at the pandemic, well, to me, it hasn't, like Faisal said, when you look at other countries, the impact was so huge. But when you look at Uganda, it wasn't that much. So government would have used that to research and understand why hasn't COVID impacted on us that much? Because the death rate, we can't compare it to Spain or Italy or India or Brazil. So they would say, okay, COVID is not that a threat. It's a threat, but when you look at us as Ugandans, the impact is very low. So that would have been a step ahead.
But they will say it is this strategy that is managing that one.
No, you see, you see the problem, we work on a script. When someone gives you a script, you also use that same one. We have to do this, or we have to do this. Because that's why they let Magufuli. They gave him a script, but it was like, no, it can't work here. We need to create our own script. You get what I mean? Because even if I give ideas on how we can get back on our feet and work, when the handlers, the government, the main planners are not thinking about it, it's a waste. So government has to wake up fast. Then we can also say yes. Then we present our ideas. But even if I mention them, they won't help. So government has to come. We are all stakeholders in this country. We are citizens. So they should engage us. We have planning departments, a planning board, whatever. They should invite us, we present our ideas, and see how we can move on. However much I present good ideas here, when the handlers are somewhere else thinking about politics and how they can stay in power, it can't help. So the best way is government to wake up, get on its feet, engage us, the people, we present our ideas. But we've talked about this. The only way the industry can get back to the fit is allowing us to work under the SOPs.
Whatever circumstances.
And let me tell you, by the way, even before COVID, the most organized industry was the creative industry. You look at shows, Faizo can testify. You know, when you go to a concert, everything is in place. Security, how people are going to come in, emergency exits. You know, all this, we used to plan it. We were the most organized industry. So, I don't know what's happening there. Someone is just doesn't think about the industry, or they want to kill the industry completely. Or they think, these ones don't contribute anything to society. But
have you been paying taxes though? You might be talking here. The reason could maybe they are slow because the creative industry have not been paying.
I have a car. I have a car.
But I have a TIN number. So if I have a TIN number,
I pay everything. I bring in, I pay. The services I provide, I earn money, I pay. But right now I can't pay. I can't even pay for a trading license. Because they send me messages, due, but I'm like, I'm not working. So then the other issue, where should I, one issue I noticed here.
So you can imagine how many people are like Rasby.
Where should I complain? Where should I take my complaint? That is another issue. If I have a good plan, where do I take it? The other time you're saying guys are presenting in State House, how can I access? Is there a desk where we can go and present?
But should everything go to State House? That's another thing.
And this is the thing I've been talking about.
But there is I want to say something, Rasby, in fact, there, as we hasten to the close of the show. There's a document that was sent outside called the Final Creative Economy Action Plan, March 2016. It was updated in 2016, 2015, 2016. It was updated in 2019, 2020 when COVID came into action. And this is Minister of Labor, Gender and Social Development presented this. And I see some action plans here. Under that, there was Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Copyright. That's the document. Now, when you look at the forward of this document, it talks about the National, Action Plan on Culture and Creative Industry of Uganda is a result of the creative made by His Excellency the President to establish and raise awareness of the economic value of creative industry in the country. This was during the third, investment round table, meeting of 2011. The action plan is also responsive to Uganda's Vision 2040 and National Development Plan 2010-2011, 2014-2015, which emphasizes the strengthening of culture and creative industries so that they can contribute significantly to Uganda's development.
It's a very nice document.
Yes, you're telling me that your mind was not picked on this document because
but I think
2011. When did we have another rap?
I think it's important. It shows
when did we have another rap?
Well, I don't know.
It was in 2011 when we had our president sang, and he finally saw that it is good to be a musician because he enjoyed the moment.
No, I think what happens, it clearly shows you that these things happen. And a lot of money. I think UNESCO helped them to do all these things. But they are just presented, and they don't mean anything to the people who are in policy and power. Because if they meant anything, this document was in 2016, 4 years before COVID. So what was done?
When COVID came, it was amended in 2019.
Exactly, 2019, it was amended. So if it was really something serious that they considered as a serious document that they want to invest or do whatever in this economy, what have they done between March 2020 up to, are we in April?
Yes.
Up to April. What have they done? So it means, it shows you that these things are done and no one cares about them. They just present them, they have nice samosas and tea, and then they go home. So I think, and I don't mean they don't do their job. Of course they do, they get paid. But the challenge of them really, having the will, not only the political will, but also the personal will to move these things further is what is really lacking. There's a lot of backbiting. Why is he pushing this document? What is in for them? You know, you hear those conversations in the corridors. Why do they want us to invest in the creative industry? And then you find the person who is writing is the one wanting to start up a studio, a TV station, you know, because he thinks that's where the investment is going to go. That is not good for anyone. It's not good for industry. It's not good for the country. When we are thinking about these things, like we do, you know, when we are like at Baimba, what we do when we are planning, we plan for the sector. We are not planning for Pfizer. We are not planning for RASB only. We are planning for the sector. So we need these people to start planning for the country, plan for the industry, and say we do the things in good faith because we want our country to go somewhere, not just to do them because you have something in for you. And that's what is always happening. And it's really wrong, and it's not going to take us anywhere, because those egos, if they don't stop, we cannot move this country forward. If we are doing things because there is something in for us, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Wow, Rasby, so you've had the document and you've heard Pfizer has talked about it. I also want to say that the overall goal of the plan is to structure and formalize the creative industries in Uganda so that they are enabled to contribute to, one, the national economy through generation of revenue and balance of trade through exports of creative goods and services, employment creation for Ugandans, and especially for the youth. Okay, boosting of local and international tourism and preservation of Uganda's tangible and intangible heritage. The culture, art and culture, the creative industry, this is your thing. This is your thing they're talking about here.
Yeah. But
so how come that you're saying that you are not aware?
Aware of what?
They are saying that they already planned these things.
This thing is on paper. It's you showing it to me. When I tell you guys, I know many organizations which have such good stuff on paper under their desks.
Yes.
But when you get on the ground, nothing.
So we're talking about partnership here. There is a partner being you and government, a public-private partnership.
But how can we know? Because it's the government to come to us and lay out, this is the opportunities we have for you. You understand? Then we take them up. But no one comes out to present this, that, oh, the industry, we have this opportunity for you. You talked about exporting. Because when you look at government, it has to empower. That's why we normally praise Nigerian artists or artists from Ivory Coast or Senegal. They're more popular in the world than us in the East here. Why? Ask yourself. Governments there, organizations, export. Even when you look at sports, West African footballers are more popular than us here. Our governments don't support. You know, when we look at marketing, government thinks of paying CNN $1 million. But you see, you can advertise for free. If you sponsor, say, invest in sports, and the football team goes to play out, you get free advertisement. All TVs in the world are showing Uganda cranes playing. That is free advertising. You haven't invested even a single coin paying those TVs. But the best way is to invest in the industry back home. I give an example. I saw mamas coming up. And I was also asking myself, what is this? Because when we are cycling, we normally depart from the monument. And I was seeing events there every day.
A creative person asking, what is this?
Every Sunday I see mamas, I'm like, oh, maybe, I don't know what is happening. Here you see lights, you know, well painted. Then on TV, all of a sudden I say, hey, these are words coming up. How are they helping the industry to grow? Why don't you get that money investing to boost the local industry so that they get there? Then the mamas come and host the event here without even government spending a single coin. You see what I mean? So this issue of marketing is very important, export. You get what I mean?
Yes.
When you look at, you talked about how we can promote our stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
It's costly. How will the creative person, the people Faizo is talking about,
Yes.
fund this? So there has to be incentives coming up from government, because government is the #1 stakeholder. It owns everything.
But
it regulates.
But who is the government? Who is the government?
No,
I mean, who is the government?
We know what government is.
Yes.
Yes, we are part of government, but listen,
Yes.
that's why we elect
Leaders.
leaders
Yeah.
to represent us,
Okay.
and they are the ones who let us down.
Yeah.
So when you elect someone in the company,
Yes.
they are responsible for whatever comes up. So now the people in the government, the ones we elect, the ones then they appoint, they are responsible for all of this. They need to set up systems, proper systems, incentives, so that we can utilize them and push our stuff out there, because that's the only way we can get in more income. When you talked about tourism in this document, how will people come to tour Uganda? They need to know about it. How are they going to know about it? The best way is through the arts. That's how we've known countries.
In fact,
That's
Bayemba, when we played that video from Bayemba, we found out that all of these guys, I remember that Muzungu Kichwa saying that, man, this is like none other country I have been to in this festival. You
how
know?
would he have known it?
Yes, through music, art and culture.
No, but I think also to add on to what Ras is saying, you know, when you look at the investment in internet, I think, of course, some people took advantage of it when COVID started and they really benefited from it. Yeah. But then, whereas they could be building onto those, audiences that they build, then it becomes blocked. So I didn't even know, because I'm not on social media anymore, but I didn't even know that you need to use VPN to access Facebook today.
No, that was our creation.
But why?
We had to create because
it was a condition.
But there's
it was not a condition by government. We had to create because it was blocked.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you want the creatives, like the president say that, let them use online platforms to perform. To market. Yet the platforms are blocked. Then I mean, you're really like sending someone from fire to what? So I really think it's not really a problem of the people. It's also, as Raspi, the planning, give people incentives. And the other thing I wanted to say about these documents is, it's even very clear that there's nothing that government wants to put into this whole process, but it wants to get out of it, to get something out of it, more actually out of it. They start with impacting the economy from the creatives. They start with trade, who benefits from trade. Is it the government taxes gets more? But they're not telling you anything they are going to do for the industry to be able to get to the level of trading.
To enable government to collect that kind of money.
Because you need to produce.
You need to invest.
You can't feed the cow.
You can't make a cow unless if it's the other one. The big one that was $100,000. I think it's
those were goats.
Goats.
Those are goats. Yes.
So we are not goats. We need to be invested in. The industry needs to be invested in. I think these planners need also to think. Whereas, for me, I've been very, very surprised that most of the regulations and policies that have been developed are always about pushing the people backwards, not bringing them on the table. And I don't understand why. Because if your government, and most of the time, the people who are, these are some of the young people that they have just come out from Makerere, they know the problem, but because they have a secured job, they think, okay, how can we make money from the film industry? Let's tax them. Let's make sure that they pay for the film before it screens. How can you tell me that for me to show a film at a festival, I have to pay you $150? And have you calculated, do you know how much $150 is in Ugandan shillings? How many people do I need? No, let's be serious. Honest, The Media Council says if you want to show a foreign film here at a film festival, you have to pay $150. How much is that in Uganda shillings? Do you know how many people I need to pay for a ticket for me to get $150 for one film, and then put on the space that I've hired, the equipment. So I'm like, are you thinking? How can you charge someone $150 for one film when you know that someone cannot pay even more than 10,000 shillings to watch a film at Cineplex? Yeah. So these are the things that they put. They don't think. They don't have, I don't know what theory or methodology they use to put up these things. And for me, I find it saddening. You're not helping me. I pay for the permit to have the film festival. I pay for the equipment that is going to be. I pay for the film that you want to be. So how do you want me just to pay? And what are you giving me?
Of course, you're going to crash down here.
Exactly. So I think it's important that they need to assess everything that they put in place. They need to be able that you, even if you're going to get 100 shillings from the industry or 100 million, how much are you putting back in that industry?
Wow.
One thing I've noticed.
Well, parting shots, yes.
I've noticed about our handlers.
Yeah.
They sit in the boardroom, and then they come up with their decisions. They think and they just come up with overrated decisions without coming back, because I've always talked about it. Before you make any decision, get to the stakeholders. Consult with them. Because when you look at making a film, don't just look at the finished product. Let's get to the backstage and know what this person has gone through to put this film you want to charge $150 to be shown. How he has invested, how he has come up with that product to be on the screen. These guys have to leave their comfort zones, get to the ground. I've been talking about this. The other day I was invited by the National Planning Board. They had a conference, small conference at some hotel downtown. We were talking about the non-motorized transport in Kampala.
This is because you made it as a
they saw me riding all the time.
So now they saw him as a...
So that I can present to them what I go through cycling in Kampala. Guys had very good proposals on projectors. I'm like, hey, this is nice. Where are you on the ground? These are the boardroom decisions I'm talking about. Many of our guys are into the comfort zone. Like Faizo said, they get a job. And it's a disease, it's a syndrome eating up even the young people who get employment in government. Because they get into a system which already exists. So they're like, now what can I do? They also get eaten up by the corruption and whatever. They think about themselves and stealing money. So this is, the entire system has to be overhauled. I don't know what our handlers are thinking. We need to overhaul the entire system so that we sit down and restart the entire system. Because it's a system, it's a whole process. It's not about me or Faiz or you. You know, everyone now is there on their own. So we need to get back on the table as government. The handlers, our administrators get to ask the people. We sit, they consult and get good ideas. Because that's why I'm giving you that example of the bicycle. How can you put lanes downtown, yet you know all the hawkers
are downtown?
Then how do you expect me to get there? I stay in Chanja. You haven't created a bicycle lane in Chanja. Then you create it on Namireme Road. How do you expect me to ride from Chanja, from Mukono, to get there? Why don't you first work on the other side so that there is a lane to bring me to town? There is no lane. Then
maybe this is created for only those who live within.
This is the confusion in the boardroom.
I think that's the point. Like what he's talking about, that you cannot create a bicycle lane on Kampala Road. How do people get to that bicycle lane? You come with your bicycle carrying it, and then when you reach there, then you put that lane start cycling. I think that's it's a very interesting.
Well, guys, we have come to the end of the creative industry talk this week. This Tuesday has been really great having you, Ras Bisari. And Faizo, you are parting shot in just under a minute. What is our take home today from this topic?
I think, as we've been saying, it's very important that we all think around when we are planning for our for whatever we are planning. We need to plan for the people and not to put our interests or our egos, our our first selves first, but the country, because it's the only way we can develop. It's the only way we can really all be happy. And I really want to see one day when people are proud of where they are coming from. I don't see people wearing t-shirts like "I love Kampala."
Yeah.
The way we buy t-shirts and say "I love New York," "I love Barcelona." When you find it more, you fight for it because you've never been there, but you fight for. Why don't we also start being as people coming as "I love Kampala"? And what do you love about it when you can defend it?
Yeah. Wow. Rasby, how do we get you to start supplying events so that we can start being happier than just riding these bicycles?
Even before I get to that,
yes,
my advice to my fellow guys out there is COVID has taught me that you don't keep your egg in one basket. If it's in one basket, make sure there are holes. Where you can, this side and this side.
Yes.
Because now we are stuck in that basket.
Yes.
So you're just there. So I think it's time for us to rethink that when you have your egg in that basket, it's well protected, producing well. Make sure there are different outlets. In case of anything, you're like, aha, this can let me out, this can get me out, this can get me out, and I survive. This is a very big lesson to learn. That's it.
Well, you've heard it from Rasby Sally right there, and you've heard it from Faisal. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. We have to bonga and say we are going today. You see, until next week, creative industry, we are not taking any comments or questions today because this topic has been really hot, and we will be back, like Schwarzenegger said, on the creative industry talk. Faisal, Eddie Okela, and Rasby Sally signing out until next week. Peace.
Thank the Lord for another day to love Him, to serve Him, to worship Him. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome, 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 welcome to this program, Sunday Rising. It's just a joy. It's just a joy to be here, to see another day. These are strange times we are living in, and it's very challenging with the pandemic and everything going on around the world. These are very unfamiliar times, but it is good that God has kept us alive, that God has given us an opportunity to come together in simplicity, just to love Him and spend time, together, worshiping and singing for Him. You see, today I was thinking, before I came to the show, I was prayerfully thinking and asking the Lord, what do I do today? What do I share with the world today? What do I share with that person that will take the time to watch, that will take the time to listen in? What would you like me to share with them? And I believe God speaks to our hearts, through thoughts, through ideas, and through the inward witness of the Spirit. And this is what came to me. One word: intimacy. Intimacy. A lot of the times we get caught up in the activities of churching, the church thing, the church activity, and we like to group up. We are humans, we are social beings, and so we like to interact with the crowds, with the people, with the buddies, with the friends and all of that. And sometimes we lose sight of what it's really about. But a time like this is beautiful. It's beautiful that we can just sit down, just you and me and the Lord, and then my friend Chris over here, just worshiping in simplicity, in an intimate environment where it's just the audience of one, you and your God. It's always, come to my mind, thinking how we get caught up in the activities and the things of God, but sometimes we can be caught up in the things of God and lose sight of the God of those things, and that's a tragedy. What if the things are locked down like we have experienced before? What if the churches are locked down, the buildings are locked down? And I know some of us have been to a church building today, for prayers and everything. That's wonderful. But I think there's a deeper place, there's a more intimate place. And on this particular show, I feel that that is the place that God is inviting us to. That you, in your home, in your car, in your office, wherever it is that you're watching this, that you can sit down and make your personal connection and give your personal gift to the God who made us all and who loves us dearly, regardless of our different walks of life, where we've been, what we've done. None of that matters before Him. He loves us anyway, and He invites us in to know Him and to love Him and to worship Him. So we're going to take these moments to worship with you. We'll sing a couple of songs. You can sing along if you know the songs. You can speak along if you can only speak, you cannot sing. You can just make some noise. The Word of God allows us to make a joyful noise to the Lord. But be a part of this and express yourself and express your heart in your own special and personal way to God, wherever you are. He's worthy of our worship and our praise. My name is Hamke, and I'm privileged to worship with you today. Let's give the Lord our worship. I will give you all my worship, and I will give you all my praise. You alone I long to worship. You alone are worthy. I will worship with all of my heart. You can tell the Lord in your own way. And I will praise you with all of my strength. I will seek you all of my days, and I will follow all of your ways. Oh, I will give you all my worship, and I will give you all my praise. You alone I long to worship. You alone are worthy. Verse 2 says, I will bow down and hail you as King. I will serve you, Jesus, and give everything. Yeah. I will lift up my eyes to your throne, and I will trust you. Trust you alone. Oh, and I'll give you all my worship. I will give you all my praise. You alone I long to worship. You alone are worthy. I will give you For all that you've given us, Lord, we thank you. Oh, for all that you've done for us, we thank you. And we give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. Yeah. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you, 'cause you are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You're wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. We give you glory as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You're worthy, oh Lord. One more time, let's sing that verse. We give you glory. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. Very simple. We give you glory. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. Tell the Lord. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. Worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. And you are worthy, oh Lord. How great is our God? Would you sing with me? How great is our God? Oh, see how great is our God. Simple chorus. How great is our God? How great, in your own special way, is our God. Sing with me. How great is our God? Oh, see how great is our God. You see, sometimes when we sing about the greatness of God in times like this, it's a bit of a disconnect. And yet it is the truth. He is a great God, even when the times are not. Looking back at my own life, there have been times when life has not been easy, when things have not gone to plan, when dreams have fallen apart, when friends have been few, when trusted people have been unfaithful, they've not been loyal. There have been times where I have known suffering and lack and pain and need. And in those times, it's usually difficult to sing a song that says, how great is our God, because you look around and you're thinking, where is the greatness in all this? But you see, worship beyond the song is in fact a statement of faith. And if you will have the courage to start from a place of faith and sing about the greatness greatness of God, gradually, God will reveal that greatness in your situation. You suddenly begin to realize He's a great provider, He's a great Father, He's a great friend, He's a great help. He's a way maker, a miracle worker. There are things that are beyond us. There are questions we cannot answer. There are problems we cannot solve, regardless of who we are or what we do, regardless of what comes or what goes. There are things that are humanly beyond us. In such times, we need the greatness of God to intervene. And so in singing this song, I'd like to stir your faith. I'd like to invite you to just sing along and lift up your faith to the greatness of God and say, how great, even when you don't feel like it, is our God, even when He doesn't look like it. Sing with me, how great is our God. Oh, see how great, just a matter of time, how great is our God. There's a verse that says, the splendor of the King, clothed in majesty, let all the earth rejoice, let all the earth rejoice. He wraps Himself in light, and darkness tries to hide. It trembles at His voice, trembles at His voice, yeah. But how great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. Oh, see how great is our God. Come on. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. No, see how great is our God. Is the name above all names, worthy of our praise, and my heart will sing how great is our God. Name above all names, Jesus, You are worthy of our praise, and my heart will sing how great is our God. Yeah. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. All the sing, how great is our God. Yeah. Then sings my soul, an old one, my Savior God, to Thee. How great Thou art, how great Thou art. We know that from way back. Then One more time. Then sings my soul, my Savior, God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, 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 how great thou art. Dear God, we thank you for your goodness, for your love, for your protection, for your provisions, Lord, for the countless things you've done for us, even when we're not conscious of them, Lord. We're grateful. Our songs this day, our worship this day is a token of love. It's a token of gratitude. It's a token of appreciation, Lord, for all the things that you have done. We love you who first loved us. We love you who chose us before we knew you, before we chose you. You chose us and you reached out for us. And for that we are thankful that while we were yet sinners, every one of us, that while we were yet sinners, Lord, you reached out for us. And you made salvation available to us. For that we praise you and we bless you in Jesus' wonderful name. It's a blessing to worship the Lord with you today. I hope that you are blessed. Wherever you're watching this from around the world, thank you for making the time to be here to worship. This is just a special time for us to just enter in individually, without the crowds, without the fanfare. You know, just think about worship stripped of all the fanfare, of all the orchestras and the 100 voice choirs and all of those things. It's the reason we're doing it like we're doing it today, that you will have the opportunity to make the connection with God for yourself and by yourself. It is a beautiful thing. Chris, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Thank you for worshiping with me today. My name is Hamke one more time, and I have the wonderful assistance of Chris on the keys, and we are worshiping God together with you today because we believe it is a special day that the Lord has made for us to share with you. The Bible says, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name and forget not his benefits." Isn't that encouraging that there are benefits? Forget not his benefits. And so as we worship, I believe that something good will happen for you. I believe that if there was pain, it will go away. If there was depression, it will lift. That if there was struggle in any area of your life, or sickness or disease, the Lord is able to touch your life and make a difference, because he's a great God and there's nothing too difficult for our God. There's many reasons why we worship, and I just want to put you on the spot for a moment, Chris. I just want to ask you, why do you worship? I mean, it's beautiful. You could just say, I worship because it's beautiful. But I do not know if there's anything deeper than that. Is there a reason, personally, at a personal level, away from what we normally do? We worship because it is 10 o'clock on Sunday. Well, that's wonderful. But what is it personally, at a personal level? Why is it that you take the time to worship? You put in the, I believe you did learn this by osmosis.
Yes.
I believe you took some time to learn and to train. Why do you do that? Why is that important?
Well, first of all, good enough you introduced myself. It's me, I'm Chris. My answer will be simple. When I look back at what God has done for me, really I can't pay it back. It's a lot, and to me, I think through worship, that's when I'm paying him back.
Ooh.
I feel connected with God through worship.
Wow.
So I feel the connection between me and God is only to worship and praise him. It's what I can do as a return, because he's doing mighty things in my life.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, it's amazing when you talk about, you know, expressing gratitude and making a connection with God. I keep thinking, when somebody gives you, let's say, a pair of shoes,
Right.
you can buy them a shirt.
Yes.
If they buy you a shirt, you can buy them a suit.
But now he's
If
about
they
that.
buy you a suit, you can buy them a watch.
Yes.
But when somebody gives their life for you, you're done for, man. There's just no way you can beat that.
True.
There's just no way you can beat that, and that's what God has done for us. That's what, you know, through Jesus. That's what God has done for us, and it's amazing when you bring it that way. It's gratitude, really, from a really deep place. And I appreciate that when you play, I feel that you're playing from a certain place. Not a gig place. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to worship with you. There's several reasons why I worship. You know, I just decided to take time to think about why do we actually worship. And for somebody that is watching today, perhaps this will make you think a little bit about the worship that we offer. Whether it is through music, whether it is through just talking to God in your own words, when you get to worship God in your home, in your car, or at church, whatever the place may be, it should go beyond the song. God has done so much for us that when we begin to worship, it should come from that place of gratitude. Think about one thing, two things, three things that God has done for you, and let that inspire you to worship him and to love him. We are going to take a break, and while you think about those 1, 2, 3 things, get ready to worship with us one more time. My name is Hamke, and thank you for watching us. May God bless you.
When you start a project, definitely, if it's a good idea, it has gone through the development process, then you start what we call in fundraising. As an institution or even an individual has a creative project, there is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, why did you give me money? I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you
Why
money?
should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're just trying to check to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal, I know Eddie. We've had a conversation, I trust what he's going to do.
Yeah.
So that trust is built within that asking. Honestly, the money is there. There's a lot of money, and those who know how to find it, they always find it. But then you find others saying, oh, that one is taking our money. Yet you did make an effort to find it. We have sleepless nights. You know, I wake up at 2 a.m. to write applications, proposals. I try to balance my office daytime and my fundraising time and all the other things. So you really have to make an effort. The US has just put out a call. The State Department has just put out a call for support for a collaborative grant between the US and Uganda. It's for institutions, it's for individuals, for practitioners that are interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge between US and Uganda specifically. And it's quite between $5,000 to $50,000. So it's available. I talked about earlier about the SCP fund, which was it was introduced already here in Uganda before COVID, I think. And finally, we got British Council and HEVA managing this fund for East Africa. So if the call is almost out, I think they'll put it out in May or June. And when that call comes out, you can apply for like 180,000 euros for 3 years, that you can do whatever you want to do. It's both institutional and for individual projects.
Please share it far and wide. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And this information will always remain there. You can watch the show anytime. You can share it far and wide. And Faisal will be back here. Next week, we'll be talking about investment into the creative industry and how we can go about it, and who needs what, where, when, how. We'll be talking about it next week. Until next week, Enyo Killer, Faisal Chiwewa, the founder and the CEO of Baeba Foundation, we're signing out on the Creative Talk.
It chases me down, fights till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves at 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Hey, I say I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending love, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down and fights till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He left the 99 and is coming after you. 99 he left is coming after you. He wants to make you that thing that he has created you to be. That is what he's doing. That is why he's coming after you. Get off from that bed of depression. Get up. Are you in the Western world, wherever you are, where the corona has hit so much? Why are you still alive? Because he loves you. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. You see, that is the love that passes the love. Even your boyfriend would have told you today, hi, I love you. Maybe you didn't even have one that have said anything to you. Oh, the over. There's someone that loves you. Never ending, reckless love of God. Oh, He chases me down. Finds till I'm found and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it. You don't qualify. I don't deserve it. But He gave Himself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. I wanted to know that all things are working together for your good today. It's intentional. It's never failing. That's the plan of God for you and you and you and you. I keep emphasizing on you because I know if you are out there, God has something much, much better for you than what you think your life is right now. Get up and let's do this together. Because all things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. Ha. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. Listen, say, I don't want to worry, God. It's working for me. It's working for me. It's working for me. 'Cause I don't want to worry, God. It's working for me. It's working for me, It's working for me. It's working for you. That I don't want to worry, God. It's working for me. It's working. It's working for me. Oh. See, I don't want to worry, cause it's working for me. It's working for me. It's working for me. I don't want you to worry. Don't worry. It's working for you. It's working for you. It's working for you. Oh. Oh. It's working for you. It will work for you. Just trust Him. He's faithful. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. 'Cause all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You will lead me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father, known you as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Let's do this together. All my life you have been faithful, faithful, faithful. And all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing the goodness of God. I will sing the goodness of God. For your goodness is running out, it's running after me. Your goodness is running out, it's running after me. Your goodness is running out, it's running after me. Hayalabo, Shani Banadoza, Milesotona Tanejida, Pale Sukotuzeda, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. But it's city to Tidera, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me, me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing the goodness of God. When I think of the goodness of God and all He's done for me, my very soul loves singing all the time to Him. His goodness keeps running after us. I read a place in Revelation, I was shocked. The Bible says He stand at the door, but I had a knock. And I imagine after all He did for us at the cross, yet He's the one calling after us. Goodness is running after me. Take away fear, people. Remove fear from your mind, from your heart. Put faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen. He took away fear and gave you faith. Maybe why you are still there is because you feel He's a man that will help you. No, 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 no. David said, I lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. He said, my help comes from the Lord, who makes the heavens and the earth. Is it not better to put your trust in the man that makes the heavens and the earth? Remove your hope from man. Remove your faith from man. Remove your trust from man. Put it on God. He's the one that can see you through. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song. of deliverance from my enemy, till all my feet are gone. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemy, till all my feet are gone. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. So I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, you have chosen me. You've anointed me to sing song of deliverance from my enemy, till all my feet are gone. God, I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. The fear of the unknown, the fear of tomorrow, can be dangerous because it can keep you at the place. Put your trust in God. I've learned to put my trust in Him every day. I've learned to trust Him every day. He has taken away fear. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. When you are a child of a president, you fear nothing. When you are a child of a king, you fear nothing. I'm a child. Yesu ndiwo, Yesu ndiwo zena. Pandonya kabamwe, kande kwese mugwe munda. Yesu ndiwo, Yesu ndiwo zena. Pandonya kabamwe, kande kwese mugwe munda. Yesu ndiwo, Yesu ndiwo zena. Pandonya kabamwe, kande kwese mugwe munda. That's for my Ugandan brothers. Hide yourself in God, people, and life will be good and sweet. Thank you, Father. Let's do this together as we try to round up. You've done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I have 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. When you do, he'll come in lame. Narekelemo. Chukumaro bimo. Easy can narekelemo. Everybody say, what shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. Everybody lift your voice and say, Naro narai, narekele, narekele mo. Give it up for Jesus. Nare otuto ikukwama no nyariwe kelemu o ezengeze Jehovah me chiku nare kelemu o nare kele. Lift your voice and give him glory na 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 nare kele na rekele ikosito mi palamozi da de shededo. Mani moru de nanache kushana da 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 ambe sitona na likibada bada bolo suride pampurite mashula hanade iye ala hosina narekele mara nara 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 nana 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 nara narekele mo narekele. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Lift up your hands and your voice wherever you are. Just say, thank you, God. At least for the life that you're living, say, thank you, God. For the breath that you have, say, thank you, God. I love you, Jesus. Thank you. I have one last word for you. I believe someone in the Bible, that is why you keep hearing me talking about the Bible. The Bible says, he that keepeth Israel never sleep nor slumbers. And that is the God that keeps you. He that keepeth Uganda, America, Australia, Germany, Nigeria, all part of the world, never sleeps nor slumbers. He's watching over you. He knows your end from the beginning. He already knows where you're going to end. He says, my thought for you are thought of good, not of evil. I'm going to give you an expected end. That is an expected end. That very end which you want to be. That's what God has programmed and positioned you to be. Before you were born, conceived, He knew. He knows. Why were you not aborted? Because He had the perfect plan for you. Just put your trust in Him. I'd like us to do this one in Uganda together one more time. Na sinza me yange na sinza erinyanyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyanyo na sinza me yange na sinza erinyanyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyanyo. Covenant keeping God, dependable God, reliable God, trustable God, who was and is to come, Lion and the Lamb, I trust in you. Yahweh, only you can do what no man can do. I call you Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Only you can change what no man can change. Thank you very much. God bless you. Stay connected always to God, for He has the answer and the key to your destiny. My name once again is Aiji Matthew. I'm a Nigerian, proud Nigerian. I always say that. And it's a pleasure to come your way through this great platform. Stay connected. You can follow me on my YouTube page at Matthew77 Music, or my Facebook page, Aiji Matthew 77. Remember, I first told you about the 77 soul. Then on Instagram, Aiji Matthew, and just like that. It's a privilege to serve God. I love worshiping God, and I love Jesus. He means a lot to me. I don't know about you, but He means a lot to me. Thank you. God bless you. Just let's do this one together as we close. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart, it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. If you're in love with Him, help me listen. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart, it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups.
Yeah.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study.
Yeah.
So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to their mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy.
Yeah.
So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus.
Yeah.
Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. How are you doing? Is it morning? Is it evening? Wherever you are, that doesn't matter. It is time for coffee. And like I said last week, in the UK they say anytime is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television we say that anytime is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials, that is on Twitter at HTV1, or you can go to our Facebook at House of Talent TV Uganda, or you can go to our website houseoftalenttvug.com, or you can catch us on YouTube at House of Talent UG. Live stream, make sure that you catch the show, and if you know there's a barista, there's a roaster, there's a farmer who should be watching this right now, let them know, tag a friend, share it far and wide. Well, today in the studio with me, I have a man who is a roast master. He's a double certified barista. I don't know how someone gets double certified, but we're going to get to know more about that. He's a trainer, he's a mentor, and he has more than 5 years experience in the coffee industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Chibuka Lawrence. Lawrence, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's good to have you here. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come here. I know that it's not an easy thing because on Saturdays people actually always want to rest. I know that the week can always be long, but thank you for coming. Just to start off, what does it mean to be a double certified barista?
Okay, first of all, it's nice to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me. I was eager to come here.
Yeah.
Okay, Chibuka Lawrence, as he said. Most of my friends know me as Barista Reno. Yeah, that's the industry name.
Yeah.
Okay, to be double certified, it means you have the barista skills and the barista knowledge.
Okay.
Plus also an extra knowledge of coffee brewing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it means to be double certified.
Yeah,
so are there people in the industry who are just certified, like a single certification?
Yeah, many of them.
Yeah. So people actually need to up their game and get into a double certification. Also, on your resume or your CV, okay, it says that you're a roast master.
Yeah.
In the world there, when someone says a roast master, it goes into comedy, like roasting someone. But what does it mean to be a roast master when it comes to coffee?
Okay, when it comes to coffee, to be a roast master, it means you specialized in roasting coffee.
Yeah.
So you understand the bean itself.
Okay.
How to turn it from green to a consumable product.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, before we get into all the roasting, I know people are very eager to know what roasting is, the process of roasting, how does one become a roaster, okay? We just want to get to know more about you. We know that you're Chibuka Lawrence,
yes.
roast master, double certified, mentor, trainer, all these things, but who are you when you're not doing coffee?
Okay, when I'm not doing coffee, I'm taking coffee. Okay, coffee is my life.
Yeah,
coffee is my life, starting from years back. I was in janitoring, what we call housekeeping, in some hospital there. But I got a friend, a bro, so he told me about this coffee stuff. So I tried to catch an interest in it. Yeah. So from there, I've never done anything else apart from coffee. So it rescued me from where I was. So when I'm not in
coffee, I'm taking coffee.
So coffee was kind of like your salvation.
Yeah.
Okay. So still apart from that, what do you do on the weekends? Do you watch football, play football? Do you do research? You know, what kind of hobbies do you have as a person?
Okay, as a person, I watch football.
Yeah.
Also keep myself like updated.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I make more research.
Right.
That's why I keep upgrading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In coffee. So in football, which team do you support?
Manchester United.
So Manchester United, Arsenal, all in the same boat, you know. People are saying that Ole should go. Are you of the same view? You think he should stay? With the bad record they're having right now, you think it's okay?
It's okay. Today you're having a bad record, tomorrow you're up.
So you guys are hoping that.
Yeah.
It's always good to have die-hard fans. We had an Arsenal fan here sometime, and you know he was of the same perspective. Yeah, but anyway, this is not a football show. This is a coffee show. So, getting into roasting more. I believe that you were first a barista.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was it at that point that you decided and said, you know what, I just don't want to be a barista. I want to be a roaster also. What pushed you more into the roasting bit?
Okay. It's not that I didn't want to be a barista.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to upgrade. As I've told you, like I keep myself upgrading.
Yeah.
But it reached a time when you research about like the skills, the coffee skills, where youths are, like of my age, they're in baristering, and there are few roasters. So there was a need for someone to enter in that sector and also inspire others, because it requires a lot of reading, a lot of research than the practical.
Okay.
So I had to enter in that sector.
You had to open the way for others, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about roasting, okay, we know that the coffee chain basically starts all the way from the seed getting into the ground, the farmer, all the way to the cup, okay? Somewhere in the middle there, you have different people who play different parts, okay? You have the roasters, the baristas, the quality control, the graders and all this. So when it comes to you, the roaster, okay, I believe that you have to pick a certain kind of coffee, okay? So let's start our process from there, okay? You go to a farmer and say, I'm a roaster, okay? How do you pick the kind of coffee that you, a roaster, would like to work with?
Okay, that's a nice question. Okay, as a roaster, when we are studying, we start from the seed.
Okay.
That's where the complicated part is.
Yeah.
We start from the seed.
Yeah.
So when you go to an institute or an academy, they start you from the ground. You do quality control. You also process. Then you cup. Then you go to the general roasting.
Yeah.
So when I go to the farmer, since I have that knowledge of the quality controller, it gets easier to choose the good quality of the beans that I'm going to roast, of the beans that I'm going to use.
Okay.
Yeah, but not leaving something behind that every coffee is good coffee, even though it is undergrade.
Yeah.
We will sell it to.
Yeah, we had a barista last week who said actually there's nothing like bad coffee.
Yeah, there's no bad coffee.
Can't even sell that one. So what does the roasting process look like? You know, from the beginning all the way, you know, to the end.
Okay, roasting process is generally like turning the green beans, or those are coffee beans, from their green state to the consumable state.
Okay.
Yeah, but it involves use of heat, use of mind, use of eyes, the nose, and concentration.
Okay, so I believe that there are certain steps that you have to take, okay, in the process. I was reading there are about 3 steps, okay? So what are these steps that you have to take as a roaster for you to get the beans to where you want them to be?
Okay, first of all, we have what we call the variables. Like, there is what we call the changes, before you go to the steps, the changes that you have to be in your mind. First of all, you roast with your passion. You have to put your passion in what you're doing. So you have to make sure you're in a secure place.
your fire extinguisher is there. Your gas is already there, and the machine. So the steps are: you switch on electricity first. The machine, you switch on the electricity first. Then you switch on your gas. And wait it to heat up. You wait for the machine or the drum to heat up to a certain temperature. Then you decrease it a little bit. Then you put your beans inside.
So, talking about temperatures, okay? I believe that when you're roasting, there are different kinds of coffee that you will get. Okay, you get the light roast, you get the medium roast. Okay, so what are these different temperatures that you have to put into consideration when you're roasting?
Okay, first of all, let me highlight this. Let me first advise my friends. We have the specific temperatures, the numbers that were written in books, but we are different people, different minds and different passion. When you conquer that machine, when you're the one driving that machine, there's a way you concentrate on the coffee more than the temperature. Of course, they don't have to be down and they don't have to be so high. So it requires the mind, not the specific temperature reading. Like we are in a specialty world, world where we have now to appreciate the work of our farmers. The world where we need to get that sweetness from that particular bean. So if you concentrate on the digits, the temperature digits, you will miss what the farmer did. So we put our minds on the changes of the beans from state to state, not the temperatures. But we don't leave them aside. We just balance the temperature. We balance the temperatures. So it's like misleading someone if I tell you 180 degrees Celsius in 4 minutes. This one will happen, and if you do that and it doesn't happen, I'll be the liar. So you have to use your mind. You have to use your cupping skills so that you get the best out of that coffee. Even though it's light, medium, dark, you just have to use your mind, your cupping mind. Yes. You see the changes, you feel the aroma, like those fumes from the coffee. Then you see the color. So these are the major parts: the eyes, the nose, and also you keep testing.
So with what you're saying, that roasting is actually a combination of science and art. So the art part comes in with, I think, experience. Because if you get a first time roaster, you will be so worried about the digits and the time. Because in school they'll tell you, what, this degrees for this amount of time. So they will be so focused on that. So what you're saying is that you should have passion, and that passion should drive you towards what you're roasting, and it will come out in, I believe that when you do that, it will come out in your own kind of way. So with roasting, there are certain recipes that you come up with. All right, if you could just tell our viewers which are some of these recipes that you can come up with, what are some of these aromas that you can come up with when you're roasting, and what kind of roast will give you what kind of aroma?
Thank you for that question. First of all, what we call a recipe in roasting, like we call it the roasting curve, the profile. We build that roast under profiles. So we record every changes from the start to the end when we're doing sample roasting. So that curve or that profile that you do, it is your recipe. Like I don't know how to enter in that recipe because I don't want to scare my friends to join the industry. But the first thing you all do, spoil. Never get scared of spoiling. When you're doing that first interview of baristering, roasting. Baristering, you pour and something doesn't come out. For roasting, you can burn, you can bake. But to follow that recipe, you have to spoil some beans. You have to concentrate. Yes, and you have to be with some theory. For in roasting, theory is the key, not just the machine, and the barista side.
Okay, so when you have that theory of roasting, you can apply it to the practical. Okay, we're going to take a break now, but when we come back, you'll be telling me more about the aromas we can get. Viewers, we're going to take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. With me in the studio is Lawrence, the mentor, the trainer, the double certified barista, and is giving us more knowledge about roasting. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Working. But first of all, if you are passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something. Even if it's wrong, in our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it. So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I could not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are home, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn.
It's your area.
Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me a coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the Coffee Break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and he was supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day on the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the Coffee Break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are the perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women. When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking. They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers. Yes.
So most of them should actually, take opportunity.
I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. We really need them.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is, I think, the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and it's lovely to have you guys here watching us. All the baristas, all the farmers, all the CEOs of the different coffee shops around town. Welcome to the show. With me in the studio is Mr. Chihuka Lawrence, who has been telling us more about himself, more about roasting, and we're going to get in depth. I know there's a couple of you who have been asking, but really, what is this whole roasting thing? Some of you go to the coffee shop and you don't even know that your coffee is actually roasted before it gets into the cup. Lawrence, welcome back to the show. Before we went for the break, we're talking about the different kind of aromas that you can actually get from roasting. But perhaps before we get into that, someone asked that, because you're talking about get your gas, put the beans in it, and someone was asking, but now where does the gas come in? Where does the electricity come in? Okay, so for the person out there that really wants to know what's the exact process, okay, what are those details that they need to put into consideration. For I know that people always want to try out things at home, so what's the actual process of roasting? Okay, you can take us way back to, I know that there are some people who do sun drying actually, as a way of roasting theirs. Then they put it in a small cup. I believe that was done way back, at the beginning of roasting, put it on a fire, and that's how it was done. But now we have the commercial way of doing it. Okay, so perhaps if you could just run us through that whole process of roasting.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, first of all, I come from the roasting family. Okay, my parents used to do like roasting way back in the local way, without using any specialized machine. Okay, to make it simple, we have many ways of roasting coffee. We can use a saucepan. We can use like what we call a chibaya. Like I don't know how to explain it in English.
I know what you mean.
So and we can use these equipped, like these machines from abroad. So when you're using a saucepan, you get our saucepan plus our stove. You put your beans, your green beans in that saucepan. You light up your stove or our normal sigiri, charcoal stove. Then when it's ready, you put some ash, so that the heat is not too much.
So you put the ash on the stove itself.
On the stove itself. Then you put our saucepan on that stove. So you keep mixing. You keep mixing as they are turning the color. So that's the local way of roasting our coffee. So you can try it like from home, anywhere. If you have your saucepan, your green beans, plus your sigiri. Okay. Now we have the new mechanism, the new improved machines. So those roasters, we call them drum roasters. So if you're going to use a drum roaster, you will need electricity. The drum roaster itself, you'll need this cooking gas, maybe from Total or Shell. Any gas can work. And you need, of course, extinguisher somewhere for
just
safety.
in case.
Just in case. So, and also the green beans. So first things first, you first check like whether the machine is working before you put on your gas. before you connect any gas. Gas helps us to provide the heat to the roaster. Electricity powers on the roaster. So you first switch on your electricity, you switch on the roaster and check whether nothing happened before, like all within those range of working ranges. Yeah. So after there, when everything is running normally, smoothly, then you can introduce in your gas. For gas, we open like the usual gas. We open our gas. Yeah. So after there, when electricity, you have powered on your roaster plus your gas, it will start rising in temperature. So the gas will be providing heat. So the drum will be running as it's warming up. So there are desired temperatures that we start roasting our beans, start putting our beans into the drum. Okay. So those temperatures starts from 180 to 200 according to the coffee weight or the batch weight that you're going to roast. Yeah. So from there, when you reach that desired temperature between 180 degrees Celsius to 200, you can introduce in your beans. So as you introduce in your beans, the temperature of the drum will be going down because the beans are cold. Yeah. Yes, and they are raw. So the temperature will go down. So that decreasing temperature, it will be conducting, to be conducted to the beans. So as the drum temperature is going down, the temperature of the beans is rising. So it will reach a time when the two are equal, and that's where we get our turning point, the equilibrium point. So this is when the temperature of the beans inside the drum is equal to the thermocouples of that drum. Yes. So then after there, the two will start moving as a couple. So the temperature reading will be now reading the beans versus the drum. So within that range, now we start experiencing what you guys call aroma, those fragrance, those fumes that arise from roasting. First of all, when beans are raw or coffee beans are raw, you expect them to smell grassy, like our herbal grassy state. But as they're increasing, they'll be changing the color and the smell will be changing. So they will turn green, pale yellow. So there it will still be smelling grassy, the green state, and it is not consumable. It will still taste like sponge and taste raw. So from there, it will go to what we call the bread color or the browning. That's where the browning starts, the reddishing, and the aroma is there. They'll be smelling like the crust of the bread. If you have ever passed where there's a bakery, there's that smell of that crust. So that's where the breading part is. The bread, you can term it as the color of that crust or the smell of that crust. So from browning stage, it will start now getting our normal brown color. Now that's where you'll see that it's starting to increase on the browning state. Then after the year, it will start popping. You know how popcorns behave. That popping indicates that we are about to reach the first crack. We are about to reach the first late roast profile. It also helps us to know that the heat inside, is too much. So you have to be with all those in the mind. The heat, the crack, and the roast profile. So from there, now the coffee will start smelling like consumable coffee. Yeah, it starts smelling like consumable coffee. Its color will be like cinnamon color. You know how the cinnamon looks like. So from there, its acidity, if you remove it from there, its acidity will be high. Yeah, it will be high, it will be sharp in the palate. And so after there, every change that will happen, it will be in the range of 30 seconds. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. So from popping, it will be between 30 seconds to crack. To a crack is that big sound than a pop. The pop will be, the crack will be like bah. Yeah. So from there, now you're going to the medium stage, the medium roast. So medium roast will start smell like fruitiness, those smooth aroma, like smooth aromas, like the fragrances will be like frolic, or like the way your roses smell. Those flowers, those smooth, like those good flowers they smell. So in that stage, after again 30 seconds, sugars inside the beans. Did you know that coffee also has sugars?
Didn't know that, but now I do.
Okay, to summarize that, every fruit has sugars, has natural sugars. Every fruit, and coffee is also fruit. So when you're applying heat inside there, the sugars will start to boil up. They will start to boil up. So in that medium stage, they will be boiled up. So you will feel that sweetness of the coffee. Now you will term it as the sweet fruits, all those sweet fruits, like that sugar cane, blah blah, like anything sweet. It starts from there. So after 30 seconds, those sugars will start to burn. Then after burning, you start feeling like the molasses, the honey, like even the caramelization, like if you have ever tasted caramel syrup. So after burning those sugars, you start feeling that. And the body, so the coffee will start feeling like, you're taking now coffee. Yes. For light roast, you'll be like taking tea. But for medium, medium, 30 seconds after, you start feeling like, now this is coffee. So after again 30 seconds, that's where you reach the now what we call the medium high profile, or what we call the city roast, the city roast profile. So the city roast is where now you're starting now to alert yourself that you're going to spoil. Now you're decreasing on the acidity, you're increasing on the body. So all the cafes, 80%, they stop from there. That coffee that they are having, it stops from there. It will still smell like our normal fruits, our flowers, flowers from our roses, the blossoms. Since it's like it also flowers, you have to feel those. You have to feel those floral notes. So after again 30 seconds, now we'll feel the second crack. The second crack now helps us to know that now you're going to the dark roast. And I don't think you want to spoil that. Okay, dark coffee is spoiling, but also on the other side, there are those guys that want that harsh coffee. Yes, that bitter coffee. Then you're going to bitterness. Now you're exceeding the sweetness. Remember, you've burnt the sugars that they are helping us to give us those sweet notes. Now you're burning them. So in that second crack, you're in the dark roast. You're in dark roast. And for specialty coffee, we don't desire to go there.
Yeah.
You've bought your coffee expensively, like 16K, and you burn it. Yeah. So you can't burn that coffee. So, but even after 30 seconds, now the beans will start turning black. They'll be black.
Yeah.
So the coffee there will be harsh. It will be having notes of chocolate, dark chocolate, baker's chocolate. Yeah. And the acidity will be flat. The flavor will be now also going down.
Down, yeah.
Yeah. And you start feeling the burnt notes.
Yeah.
When something is burnt. Yeah. So you can target yourself from the light roast to the dark roast.
Yeah.
Then you start, like you get to know where I have to remove my beans from the drum.
Yeah.
Yes. So those are the steps taken.
Yeah.
When you're roasting. Another thing, after roasting, we have what we call the cooling tray. In every drum has that cooling tray.
Yeah.
So that cooling tray helps us to cool those coffee beans, so that they don't extend. Remember, when you discharge them from the drum, when you remove them from the drum, they are still like roasting up.
Yeah.
Like since they have consumed a lot of heat. They have consumed a lot of heat.
Yeah.
So they're still warming up. So that cooling tray helps us to pause on the rise of the temperature.
Yeah.
So we pause and we bring it down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, for those of you who wanted a complete tutorial on the roasting process, I believe that you are satisfied. And if you're not satisfied, then maybe you can get into contact with Lawrence and he will pass you through. I believe that was a detailed detailed way of roasting coffee. Well, we're going to take a break right now to just give you guys time to put that in your mind, to assimilate it into your thinking, so that you know exactly what the coffee roasting process looks like. We'll be right back after this break. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, let someone out there know that the Coffee Break Show is on, and we will be back right after this. This is House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. Yeah. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. Yeah. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Yeah. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials. That's on HTV1, that's on our Twitter, House of Talent TV UG, on our Facebook, House of Talent TV Uganda.com, that's on our website, and House of Talent UG live stream, that's on our YouTube. Remember, these shows are live for you. If there's someone who needs to be watching this show, someone who needs to improve their knowledge on coffee, let them know. Share this show far and wide. Let's get coffee out there in Uganda, because we believe that it has to be out there on a bigger scale. Well, we're talking about roasting. What is roasting? Why should we even roast? Are roasters important? And these are the questions that we have been answering with Lawrence on the show. And Lawrence, welcome back. Before we went into a break, you gave us a total breakdown, of the roasting process. You brought in things that I believe that some people are still scratching their heads over here. But we had a question. Someone asked a question that, okay, fine. Now I know the whole roasting process. You know, I can use the local method of I get a saucepan, get a stove, and roast there, or I can use the commercial kind of roasting where I have a drum, and I have to keep monitoring the temperature and the time to get different aromas here and there. Okay, we have that knowledge now. Okay,
yeah.
But someone asked me, but why? Yeah, why do I even need to roast in the first place? Okay, can't I just get my beans and use them as they are? Okay, and also the other question was, with these aromas we're talking about, okay, can we only achieve these aromas through roasting, or there are other things that can affect it? Because even the storing of coffee can affect the type of aroma you get from it. Okay, so let's just try to answer these two questions for now.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Okay, first of all, why we roast? Do we need to roast? Yeah, of course we need to roast. Because raw coffee is an unconsumable product. We call it a raw material. And percentage of farmers are exporting it as a raw material. So if it's a raw material, it means it helps us to make something else. It helps us to take something else, to transform it to something else. So we need to roast our coffee so that it can be consumed. It's like eating raw banana. Raw matoke, these matokes. So you have to cook it so that you can eat it. Yes. So when coffee is raw, it's not coffee. It's not a consumable product. We apply heat, we cook it to
the final product.
That is consumable. Yeah.
Okay. Then the second question was, these aromas we are talking about. Okay. Can we only get them through that roasting process, or are there other, other things that affect the way that the aromas will come out?
Okay. There's specific places for specific aromas.
Yeah.
There is coffee from the east, there is coffee from the west. Of course, since they are different places, different aromas. You achieve different aromas. Yes. So that is on the part of the altitude or the region where the coffee comes from. But to achieve those different aromas, to know that this coffee comes from here, you have to again roast that coffee to get that particular aroma. Yes. So the region versus the roasting versus the output. Yes. So aroma means like that smell from something warm, from something warm. Fragrance comes from something not warm, like fumes. Now to get that aroma, it's a smell, a sensation from fumes of a brewed hot substance. Yes. So you can't just achieve aroma even though you go to the peak of the mountain and be like, this is where good coffee starts from. Even though you squeeze your nose, what you'll be feeling, it will not be aroma. It will be something else. Yes.
So that's how we could get that aroma from that process. Well, switching a bit away from roasting, okay? We're going to get into the business part. Okay, I know that you're a trainer and you're also a mentor. And you're also a certified barista and a certified roast master. There's a lot of things on your CV which basically make you look very good, and it's a good thing for, I believe, that whoever is involved in the coffee industry to basically increase their knowledge and increase their CV. So when it comes to entrepreneurship, I know you work with the youth, okay? And we live in a time whereby there is very much uncertainty. You have the coronavirus that is happening now. You have the lockdown that is happening now. Of recent, you have the bombings that are going on in Kampala. And we live in uncertain times. No one really knows what's going to happen in 2022, okay? And because of that, people are losing jobs. There are people who are giving up on life, okay? because they have no source of income. All right, but I believe that coffee itself, like how you said that coffee was your salvation, it saved you, and now you do only coffee. Yes. Okay, I believe that there's someone out there who's also looking for a way out. Okay, so how can we use coffee, okay, to start businesses? How do we link coffee to entrepreneurship? Because I believe that that's one of the things that you talk to the youth about. Okay, so how can we use this coffee in Uganda, all right, to start businesses, to become better at entrepreneurship, to better our lives? Okay, if I was a youth you are talking to, okay, yes, what would that advice be?
Okay, my first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people, but our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere, and where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there's that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can, like, at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account. So the reason, like the major reason as to why I train, most especially in roasting part, like I want my fellows, like to also like work for themselves. You build that knowledge. Yes, our farmers are, like, they are giving us coffee, but it's not always good to always exploit that coffee. We as the youth, we can use that coffee to be somewhere, other than exporting it. So on side of roasting, I train you how you buy the coffee and which kind of coffee you buy, and for a particular target of clients. Me, I have my big clients somewhere, though I don't want to mention the names. But they are there, and they are always asking for more and more coffee. And I think right now they're even watching. So me, my dream is for guys to be like me. We have coronavirus. Our parents are left with nothing in the pocket. Me, I did sciences and I passed, but I had no money for the university. There are guys there at the university, they don't know what's next. So we welcome them to coffee, and we get to know how the skill is going to push their lives forward. So through coffee, everything is possible. For example, the girl child. Concentrate more on the girl child.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up.
The girl child. Yeah. Like, though that is the gender that we all need to help faster. Because we guys, we can plan any gig and get it by the girl child. Like, we don't want our girls to be used in order to get money. But we can train them how they can earn money for themselves. A good woman in coffee is a good entrepreneur. They are our big ladies in the industry. Yeah. And I think you know them.
Some of them.
Yeah, some of them. But I use those ladies as examples to the girl child when I'm training them. Like, I train them not to be hunters that have now known roasting. What's next? Now I train you to know the roasting stage and where you can get something for your pocket. Every lady that you enter in someone's office with a coffee mind, it will be like a surprise to the boss or to the person or to the customer she has gone to. So the girl child mainly, like I want the girl child to enter more in coffee. Like we want more girls in the industry. Yes. And the girl child that is a good roaster, like 5 million abroad.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you brought that up because always on the show, most of the guys who've had are actually men. Okay, and every time someone comes, I always ask them the same question. Why don't we have more girls getting into the coffee business? Let it be roasting, let it be being a barista, quality control, and all this. And like you said, there are certain few ladies who are actually doing it, but others are not really getting into it. And I know that in such times, everyone is looking for money. For the guys, you can here and there, in Kampala, here and there. And for the ladies, we actually need to support them more, all right? There's a couple of cafes I've gone to, and every time I see a lady barista, not just one who serves, but an actual barista, okay? It always makes me happy because I realize that, now we are pushing them to a place where they need to be, okay? And to the female baristas out there, you guys are doing a good job. I want you guys to encourage more ladies, just like Lawrence has said, to get into it. You know yourselves. I would have mentioned your names, but you know yourselves, yeah? So let's encourage more ladies to get into the coffee industry. We're drawing towards the end of our show, but before we get there, all right, you've talked about the entrepreneurship bit, okay, how you train different people, not only ladies, but also men. You've talked about how these are hard times and we really need to find a way of getting some money into our pockets because, 2022, it's very uncertain what will happen. We might say, we're done with the lockdown and all these things, but a new wave comes, God forbid. Okay, so I believe that coffee is something that will keep on going. Okay, whether there's lockdown or not, it can't really affect coffee that much. It's like tea, you have to drink tea, okay, and people have to drink coffee. Okay, so a country like Uganda, okay, we are trying our best to become one of the leading exporters of coffee in Africa, and also we're trying to get to a stage where Ethiopia is right now, okay? But on the flip side, you realize that we don't consume that much coffee in our own country, being a country that actually exports a lot of it, okay? So what are some of those things that we can do, all right, to make sure that Uganda becomes a nation that actually consumes its own coffee? Because we have, the bubu, by Uganda, okay? So how do we get ourselves into that state where we actually, before thinking of exporting our coffee, actually get to consume our own coffee? How do we get there?
First of all, we need to train our people. So we need more training, more sensitization about coffee. Those guys that came first before us, they have that like that negative side of coffee. Like telling someone like coffee will like you will lose sleep when you take coffee. You can't. It just keeps your body awake, not only the mind. Me have to take water every morning. Yeah? So if I take water every morning, I can take like 5, 6, 7 cups of coffee and I sleep properly. Yeah. So we need to sensitize our people. Yeah. And we need to give them an example that is true. Yeah. Ethiopia is a good exporter, but quality coffee in Ethiopia comes from Migachafe. That quality coffee is consumed within the country. So you first appreciate what you're growing before you take it outside. So we need to train so much from the farm level. Like 80% of our farmers, they just grow, sell, but they have even never tasted the coffee. Like a much percentage, a good percentage of our farmers. So from the farm level to the general level, we need to train. That is that's what we need to do. Even though we put each coffee at a lesser price, like the consumption will not go high. So we need to first train. Then other things will be coming up. But training is the key to everything. Like we need to sensitize our our Ugandans good about coffee. Like after taking coffee, you feel this, you get this. Like we appreciate what you are growing. So you see Ugandans taking more of the matoke. Like they appreciate more than sending it.
Okay.
So training is the key to everything.
Well, it's good that you're a trainer, and if you could actually get more trainers, together to make sure that we get to that place where we're supposed to be. Before we end the show, I know that there are very many questions that we could still ask, but the last question is, as a roaster, how do you set yourself apart in the industry? There are many roasters out there, but what would make me say, you know what, I need to go to Lawrence, So what are those things that you can do as a roaster, and perhaps to the roasters out there, to set yourself apart, to brand yourself, so that when people are looking for a roaster, they know that's the guy I should go to? What are some of those things?
Okay. Roastmaster Lawrence. I like that name so much. Roastmaster Lawrence or Roastmaster Reno. Okay, to be me, or to be like me, or to recommend me somewhere, you have to know Lawrence. Lawrence roasts coffee with passion. First of all, I put passion in every stage of coffee. And another thing, Lawrence knows coffee theoretically and practically. So I make research from green coffee, quality management, roasting itself, and the output. So we drink coffee as we are talking, as we are chatting. So Lawrence will cup for your coffee, like we'll taste for your coffee. And I have some good big clients. They have to recommend Lawrence has to be there to test their coffee, to give them results. Like if we wait for our organization, our government organization to do everything, we will not achieve. Just recommend Lawrence. Lawrence is a roaster, a barista. Like he knows coffee, and also like I have my own brand. I have my own brand as Lawrence. It's also on the market and it's also selling. So, but me as Lawrence, as like I concentrate on the home consumption. Like I want to, like everyone to taste that coffee at a cheaper price. So Lawrence, is a good person. Is an approachable person. And is a coffee connoisseur. It means coffee expert. So each stage that you find Lawrence, from the green stage, that is grading, quality control, to the baristering, Lawrence will advise you. Lawrence will give you a way forward. Yes.
So basically, just be really good at what you do, and people will look for you. Well, Lawrence, I just want to say thank you very much for coming to the show. I believe that all the stuff you have shared has been really important, and I know that in just 1 hour you can't really expound on everything. But from the little we could get from you, we just want to be appreciative of that, and you've shed more light on roasting. Most of the guys we've had here are baristas, okay, but it's good always to have a balance of things. You've given us the roasting side, you've also given us the mentorship side, what the youth should do in such times like this. So I just want to say thank you. I hope that we can have you again next time. And for those of you who are out there, you're looking for a roaster, Roastmaster Reno, aka Roastmaster Lawrence, we'll be there to help you. You can catch us again next time on House of Talent Television. This has been the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can always catch us live on our socials, House of Talent Television Uganda.com, that's on our website, HTV1 on our Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on our YouTube, or just go up to our Facebook. You can watch this show live, or you can, if you missed any other show, you will find them on all those platforms. Thank you again for being with us. Till next time, this has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Have a lovely day.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
very interesting,
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you are actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okello. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. See, so one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyetodeke goes on to say, I think it's a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest becomes more shares.
Yes.
Welcome to this week's episode of Doa Doa. Our speaker this week is Alejandro from Chile.
Hi everybody, it's Alejandro Orellana from Chile, Santiago, winter, kind of. I would like to say thank you very much to Doa Doa and his 8th edition that invited to me to talk essentially about me, about what we are doing, what I am doing in my activity here in this corner of the world. I started working in the music business around 1996 in jazz music. I lived in Italy for around 27 years. And then I moved to Chile around 12 years ago, and I started to work also in world music, essentially because in 2014 we had, with my partners, we had the idea to promote a WOMAD festival in Chile. It was the first one in South America. And this made that I started around 2012, I started to work more into the world music universe. And it was very interesting because I started to know other kind of music. I started to know other kind of regions of the world where there was a lot of very beautiful music. Then after 5 years, 6 years with promoting WOMAD Festival, unfortunately the festival has been cancelled by now, but because of the pandemic we have to go back again on the road for next year. One of the main projects that I started around 1 year ago under pandemic was the Direct Music Collective and Virtual Market, which is a small structure, which is dedicated mainly to promote and to work around Latin American music and Latin American creators coming from jazz and from world music created in Latin America. And this is why in December we realized a digital market called Virtual Market. And after that we created a catalog, kind of database of Latin American music, which is available to everybody in the world. It's an open, free catalog. We have around 200 bands in the catalog, and this is growing up every day with new bands and new proposals from this part of the continent. And the last thing we did, we realized Direct Music Magazine, which is a digital magazine dedicated to jazz and world music and other kind of also styles and topics like culture and politics and social matters. And this has been a very nice project that had a lot of success. We just released the first number 1 month ago, and now we are preparing the second one. The magazine will be available soon in English. I hope soon, I mean, kind of 3 or 4 months. And it's focalized mainly in Latin American. This is our niche. But also we talk about some international musicians and about some international topics related with music business around the world. We're talking with some interesting friends, festival directors or market directors or agents or musicians coming from around the world. In fact, one of the main spots of the virtual market and the collective is dedicated to the Latin American and Chilean original roots music. The importance of the original nations, the First Nations in Chile and Latin America, it's in this moment, in the last, 50 years, it's complicated because they don't have, the root music doesn't have any place to be performed, or there is not much attention to that specific kind of culture. So in WOMAD Chile Festival and in our activities as collective and as virtual market and as a magazine, we are trying to focus also our attention into this kind of original music, roots music coming from some specific areas of mostly from the south of Chile, from some ethnical currents like Mapuche music, which is very interesting because we have to look for it. It's not easy sometimes to find it, but luckily there are some young musicians that are working on that side, and we are trying always to be in touch with them. One of them, Ernesto Holman, he's a Chilean bass player, we can say a jazz musician, but he has focused his own musical work since around 10 years into this kind of ethnical source, Mapuche Indians from south of Chile, and is one of the most successful musicians that we are presenting all around the world. We have been in Toronto, we have been in Canada, we have been in Korea, we have been in Europe, we have been more or less all over South America. So this proof that roots music or root source music is not just something for specialistic festivals, but also can arrive to a wider public and a wider attention. And also working on this world music world, business or universe, we noticed as WOMAD mostly that the presence of African music was almost unknown. Okay, there are some big stars that are hanging around all over the world, but I am sure, and we were sure 5 years ago, that there were other sources for African music, East African music or African music generally speaking, that were totally unknown in this part of the world. In Chile and in the cone south of South America, I mean Argentina, Chile, there is not a big presence of African culture, historically speaking. It's not the same situation as in Brazil, where there was slavery, there was an immigration, forced immigration in the past centuries. But in Chile and Argentina, that was very, very few, a very, very small presence. So Africa is a kind of very unknown place, a very unknown universe. We don't know much about it, and it's always seen as a kind of very mystery place, a very mystery paradise, natural paradise. And this is what we are also doing as festival and as personal research, is trying to get connected with that part of the world, because it's immense, because there is a lot of things that are happening there, mostly in the last 10 years or 15 years. There's I know to us, market, there's very big opportunities and good opportunities for business there. So I think that we should look to Africa in a very special way, mostly these days. So the invitation is very simple. It's very easy. It's just to get connected with this part of the world, to make networks with this part of the world, and start building something. Start building the presence after this awful year of pandemic. Start building bridges and start building the presence of Latin American music in Africa and African music in Latin America. There are festivals that can be interested. There are many ways to work in both sides of the world with something that possible is new to both sides. I mean, I don't think that, or maybe I can imagine that Latin American music, talking about Latin American music from Mexico to Chile, so it's a very wide country, very wide region. I think there's not much present in Africa, generally speaking, And in the same way, the African culture, but exception for specific things, is very unknown here. So there is a very, very big space to work together. This is my wish. This is what I would like to do. This is why we created the collective, and we are going to do. We are doing networking job with African structures, and we want to keep going on with that. We think that there's a very good opportunity because there is not much happening. I really, from my heart, I really would like to invite everybody to come to Latin America, to listen to American music, to get connected with the structures that are working already here in Latin America, like us, like Direct Music Collective, in order to understand and know better what is happening in this side of the world. And the same thing we would like to do, trying to dig inside as much as possible in the African culture and the African music. So the invitation is open to everybody that wants to discover that Latin American music is more than salsa, cha-cha-cha, and dancing, you know, in the Caribbean regions. There's a lot of things happening here. There is a whole universe of rhythms, a whole universe of harmonies, a whole universe of music and experimentation that wants to go abroad, that wants to go out from Latin America, from this country. And we need to make them now. We need to make them be more famous all around the world. And inviting the whole African area to come to visit us, to come to listen to our music, is the first step to move into that direction. Again, I really appreciate this invitation. I hope that this edition will be very successful. And I really would like to go to Africa as soon as possible. I have been just in North Africa for markets and musical meetings, but there is a whole world to discover there, and I hope that in the next year I will be able to visit you. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another edition of Doa Doa 2021, a virtual docu-series. As you've heard from the speaker, I would like to focus on the artist of the week. And she's all the way from Jinja, the city that birthed the source of the Nile. Welcome to Lil Kadima.
Lil Kadima, Big Nash, Nazala Mfuki de Chizibu, wow, Nazala.
My name is Lilian Naziwa, aka Lili Kadima, the Ugandan, African, straight out of Kampala, capital city of Uganda. Here I come. I just want to tell you a story on this virtual edition 2021, 9th Doa Doa. Yes, it's been tough. Lockdown has gotten us here, but we are live and kicking. You know, we're live and kicking. I'm not so sure about money, but I think I am eating food, good food. Check me before and check me now. There is food on the table. Lilian Naziwa Birungi, aka Lili Kadima. I come from the central, but I'm half caste. My mother comes from the eastern part of Uganda, Jinja, Budondo, Chibibi, all the way across the Nile. Yeah, that's why I sing partially Lusoga, and then actually my stem, the music stems from that part. And because of my paternal side, I'm traveling to the central too for the Luganda. But I would wake up to any language, musically, any language, but I'm not smart speaking languages, but I can sing any language. Let me show you my way. As a child, I was very quiet. I was an introvert. I've always been an introvert, very so much. But I loved, however, whenever there was a group of music, of people singing, I would come closer, just very silent, listening, sometimes participate, but still not very present. Though when I was a child, I fantasized a lot about being a star. I used to admire big stars. I grew up watching Lucky Dube, that is in my father's house, Chela Mwana, listening these music concerts. My father had concerts recorded for Paul Cafero, File Bongo Lelutaya, and then on TV, I was the chief entertainer, chief in charge of entertainment at home. So the remote was always in my hands. But I didn't know that was the calling, because I wanted every now and then to look out for channels that are having entertainment. But I swear I didn't know that I was going to hold the microphone. But my soul was just telling me that I'm going to be somewhere. But I just didn't know. I could not paint the picture right. But whether it was music, my soul existed just like that, just like that. So as a child, of course, I loved interacting with my siblings, neighbors, children. So when it was holiday time, I'd invite them. And I always made sure I was the leader. If I was not the leader, there is no shows in the evening. I was only when I was the leader.
This is another thing. Omuntu oyo goba wetaga mufeko. Rose, abagezi bakanudra maso. Chwali onoonya bwe wakifuna. Atolyawo kizanyisa. Wali onoonya bwe wamulaba. Labayo wuyo mudingisa. Kati njagala nkulabule. Ekintu ekyo ky'ozanyisa. Balala buli lwe bakitunulira. Bakiraba kirimu omusaayi. Akakanyomonyomonyomo. Kyotayagala gy'okite. Olaba bana bakuna batasumagira bwe bali kuba busu.
If I found a child, right now I would advise them to focus and just learn a lot of music instruments and figure out their own journey and not really go through this. But it depends. If you want to make money, you have to survive, period. Especially if the support is not really there. It comes later maybe when people learn, and you can't explain your vision to everyone. They may not understand, and it's a lot of energy. So my journey has been it's tiring, and it's just started, I may say, but it takes patience, passion, a lot of passion. It's passion that has kept me on the lane, period. I wake up to that side where I just want to do what I believe in, what I want to do. You don't have to like it. If I like it, I will walk my journey. So I'm an Afrofusionist, exploring different styles of music, of course, out of experience. It takes experience, practicing a lot, and I could wake up. Apparently, I've been working an Afropop journey. I have an album out there that is called Iwolinachi album that is right now on the streaming on digital platforms. If you would go there, there's Iwolinachi album, that is IGHE. Olinachi, Olinaki, that is, it stems from Eastern Uganda, meaning what do you have? What do you pride in? So I was exploring and just trying to show you things. I picked on the road, but then I figured out Lily Kadma sound. So don't be surprised if next year I walk reggae, the other day I walk a blues album or rock album. Yes, I'm capable. I've practiced good enough, and I'm still practicing. So I have a lot to give and share. And yes, that's Lily Kadma for you. I am here, and I've always been a live music singer. That's all I know, live music. Iwolinachi, let me show you my way. iwalina chibaba, iwalina chimuna. Nature champaire, let me give to you. Iwalina chimbi, let me show you my way. Iwalina chibaba, iwalina chimuna. Nature champaire, let me give it all. Osimali, simakuena, chibumba wakua, iwe rachito sima baba. Mukazi mutono mwirugavu nengende nkatula cause I am special, I am lucky. Nature champagne, let me get to you. What motivates me to do the kind of music I do, it's the journey. It's the journey, the challenges in society, myself, what I've gone through, and wanting to share I break my emotions out there, and hoping that there's other people like me and the different societies that are going through all these different things, and also just appreciating. I love art as a person. I believe in creative arts. I love to create a lot. So I wake up to that side where I just want to release something out there because I enjoy creating. My soul is around creative arts. So I love creating things just from scratch to something. So my society itself has a lot going on, the African society. And the most interesting thing about African stories, when there's pain, the beat has to go on. When there's pain, I would showcase with my song Nazala. Nazala is about a mother-in-law. And with things happening around domestic violence, challenges of a girl child, in a relationship. Big Nash, Nazala mfukide chizibu, wow. Nazala, anera ikiriza. Nazala wange, mfukide chizibu. Buliwe mulaba bwenti, omutima nga gumbaluka. Kwenda bakumama, amazina ndwala. Looking at a piece like that, one, I'm thinking there's culture, critics, and there's me, Lily Kadima. So putting all these things together where I have to make sure they get my message amid these challenges, I make sure I just put my soul out there. What matters is my soul. The positive energy in my soul matters most than any other person's opinion. If it's in me, I'm ready to just give. So it's society. Nazala anera likiriza. Nazala wangoyo amfukide chizibu. Bwe mulaba bwenti omutima nga gumbaluka. Ntuso kwa gisara chinavewa fe amazeke mirembe ampisanga masikeni asutadalu. Find that song on all digital platforms, iTunes, Deezer, Spotify, Amazon, YouTube. Please check it out. Interesting story, but it's reality. I was so doubtful as a child because, of course, it was like forcing us, go to church. I'm not understanding these things. But the more I've grown up, with all the meditation, the challenges, and how I go through them, I really believe in God. Yeah, supernatural. I believe there's a special force, because how we come to this world, grow up, and everything happening, pain, laughter, I believe in God, big time. And hanging on that, in faith, I'm walking through. And I've gotten to that place where any challenge that comes my way, I embrace it. That's how much I believe. I embrace challenges. I do not run away. Way back, I believe in God, big time. There's so many amazing artists out there, musicians, I would say. The list is endless. I'm not even tempted to mention one, but East Africa, South Soul. I have been following South Soul quite a while, and the live music artists, I would really wish to do a song with South Soul, and Diamond Platnumz. I like his energy as a performer. Ali Kiba, yeah, that's from Tanzania. And in Uganda, almost every Ugandan artist they're amazing. There's a lot of talent in Uganda. The list would be an opportunity. If an opportunity comes and I'm comfortable and the chemistry is there, I would dance to the tune, period. And not so hard. Where there is good, where there is creativity, where there is energy, positive energy, I could easily jump on board. Some of the stages of venues, that any stage, if these people gathered wanting entertainment, I'm an entertainer, born natural entertainer, I would show up and just give my whole heart out there and just give everything there is to give. So I'm just looking forward for an opportunity. Just a call away, I'll gather my bones and show up as Lily Kaduma, the artist. I'm working on the 2 albums. One is digital and the other one is exotic. Exotic meaning it's fully produced with live instrumentation. The other one is created with it's a digital sound but with inspiration of grassroots. So hopefully, are the factors constant? Yes, there may be something coming out by the end of this year. And when that music is out, surely you'll get to know on the music platforms, these online stores out there, you'll be alerted about it. But yeah, there's some good thing in the pot, boiling, you should test when it comes out. You shouldn't miss Lily Kaduma music coming out. Doa family, where can one find my music? You could find my music online, digital stores, that is Amazon, Spotify, Deezer, Tidal, TikTok, YouTube, Vevo. There's Lily Kaduma music. Please go out there, visuals, audios, live performances, Lily Kaduma. The music is there. Please just go there and make sure you subscribe or leave a comment, like, share. We're out there looking forward to interacting with you.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is. And
yet here you are now talking like,
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being kind of beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
It is a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela on this particular day of the week or the month or the year, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. My guest this morning on the CEO Bench needs no introduction. It is said that if a person needs a long introduction, they don't deserve one. And if they deserve one, they don't need one. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, on the CEO Bench today, we bring you the story of a young lady springing out of Uganda, from the central region of Uganda. The name means something else, and both of our names are quite very, significant when you think about the words and the meaning behind the words, what the English people say is the etymology of the letter, or the words, or the origin of the words. Welcome to the CEO Bench. And of course, as my name is Eddie Okela, live on House of Talent Television is Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Bamboo, Divine Bamboo, or Bamboo Divine. That's how now people call her. Divine, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Eddie.
First of all, how are you and how have you been?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here.
You are welcome. And the CEO bench often look at people like you who are doing something significant in our society, or people who are doing something for others, or people who look beyond self. But first, we want to know from you, who is Divine in a nutshell?
Who is Divine?
Yes.
First of all, I'm very honored to be here. I know that you've had some very great speakers before me, so I'm very honored for the invitation. And as you mentioned, my name is Divine Nawawesi. I'm Ugandan, born and raised. I grew up in Entebbe, and I later moved to Kampala, where I attended secondary school. I went to Uganda Matters, Namugongo. And then for my A-levels, I went to King's College, Budo, and then I pursued a Bachelor's of Social Work at Makerere University.
Okay. Yes. And when you say you grew up from Entebbe, does that mean that's where your ancestry starts from, your home, everything? For a person who's watching you from, New York, or from London, or from, Finland, and they want to know more about you, they don't know these things. In Africa, we have the origin of where we come from. Is that where your parents spring out from?
Okay. So the origin story is will sound a bit funny, because my village is actually Nigeria, which used to be a village, but now it's not a village. So
yes.
Yeah, that's where my mother is from, and my father is from Masaka.
Okay.
Yes.
So authentically, you're a Muganda from Buganda.
Yes, I am.
All right. And then so they always ask, Wedirachi, what is your tribe? Does that mean in Buganda?
Yeah.
So let's tell us more about the culture of Buganda and where you come from, how you guys do things, the history of your name, behind what does Nabawesi mean for somebody who is watching the program from any part of the world and would like to know you. Particularly me, personally, I'm interested in knowing.
Well, okay, that is a tough question. that is a very tough question. But my clan is the Cow clan.
Okay.
So my name, Nabawesi, comes from Omuwesi, who used to be an iron worker.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Why did your parents give you the Omuwesi name that was a iron worker? And yet you were in wood and bamboo.
True. Maybe they knew I was going to be a creative.
Okay.
Maybe, I suspect.
And talking about creativity, all through growing up, what has been your creative thinking process like as a person?
I think that I draw a lot of inspiration from reading. I started to read at a very young age. I'm always reading. And when you read, you're drawn into this world of different characters from different centuries, and I think that opens up your mind.
Yeah.
And because you're able to dream and to know that there's a different world out there, and that anything is possible, really. So I think for me that's been very important.
All right. Talking about that, your parents, your father and your mother, and your history from Nigeria, which is just a suburb of Kampala. For those of you guys who are watching the show from all across the world, Nigeria is just it's what we call a satellite city away from the city of Kampala. A couple of kilometers away from the main city is where she comes from. So technically, Divine was born or comes from the city center. That's the village. And Masaka is what, about 100 kilometers away, or 122? Is it 200 kilometers? From Kampala, yes. About 120 kilometers away from Kampala. Yeah. So she's a girl around about the city and the town. All right? And talking of that, when we want to look a little bit deeper on the background of Divine from the family point of view, growing up as a child, what was it like with your parents?
I think I had a normal childhood. It was happy, but I think mostly ordinary. I was able to explore and play as a child, so I think, it was a good childhood.
Okay, and what was your character like when growing up as a child, that when you look back at this point where you are right now, you can say, I was always leaning towards this? Were you beaten like a typical, African child who is always given a few slaps here and there for being stubborn? At some point, we would just see parents give you a look and you'll know what the look means and what it does. Not very many people know this. How was yours like in your family? Are you the only child? Are you know, how many are you?
Okay, so I have 3 siblings, but I think that growing up I was a good student, what some call teacher's pet. Yes. So I was very good. Yes. I did my homework on time. Yes. I was excelling. So I think I always survived the caning because of that. Yeah. I was a good student. I also loved nature. I joined the Girl Guides, and because we were in Entebbe, we would go camping in the botanical gardens. So I always loved nature from a young age. I was planting flowers and trees already at a young age. So I was drawn to nature very early on.
Wow. Yeah. Which basically brings us to this interview that we're having today. So Divine, let's talk about you and the leadership. The program you're on today is about, we bring people who are, you know, moving forward, or climbing the ladder to the top of leadership, or coming down from the top as leaders, you know, retiring, or people who are on the way, the verge of going. And right now, you are a lady on the rise. And the nomination that brought you to the CEO bench suggests that. We want to just know from you that your self-leadership, what is your understanding of leadership first of all, and what is leadership to you?
My understanding of leadership would be someone who is able to inspire others. So a leader should be somebody that other people look up to for guidance on, it could be a specific discipline, maybe a sport or entrepreneurship, but a leader needs to be able to inspire others to be better and to achieve a certain goal, I guess.
Okay. And what is self-leadership to you? What would you define as a self-leadership from a divine point of view?
Self-leadership, I think reminds me of something that Jim Rohn once said, that you have to motivate yourself, always. If you wait for other people to motivate you, it's like waiting at a train station where no trains come, so you'll be waiting forever. So you basically have to motivate yourself. That's the only way to be a leader, I think. Okay.
There are 5 different types of leadership that exist. There's what we call a transformative leader or transformative leadership approach. There's what we call a laissez-faire leadership approach and style. And there's what we call a democratic leadership style or approach. And there's what we call transactional leadership approach to things. And then the 5th one is what we call charismatic. Which of these do you practice and why?
Interesting, because I feel like there's maybe one missing.
Yes.
And I would call it collaborative leadership.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't think that in any organization or country or any setting that just one person has all the answers.
Yeah.
So I believe that it's always a team effort, whether it's a family or in a company. Yeah. So I think my style of leadership is collaborative.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that said, Divine, just as we take a break from this, we want to take a break, but when we come back, we want to focus a little bit more about knowing you and, you know, why you do what you do. And of course, to tell us a little bit more about bamboo, you have been headlining all across Uganda and, you know, even across border about bamboo planting. And we all grew up knowing that bamboo was a tree you can find at home. We played under, we picked the leaves. It was used for buildings, it was used for building shades. Used to be, the bamboo used to be. Yeah. But you are in this space back. Why bamboo, by the way?
Why bamboo?
Yes.
Why not bamboo? Should I answer now or after the break?
Yeah, sure. No, answer that one.
Why bamboo? Bamboo is a miracle plant. It's a magical plant. I first fell in love with bamboo, first of all, because it's a beautiful plant. Yeah. Have you been in a bamboo forest?
Yes.
Where?
Not really a forest per se. I would call it a bamboo plant.
Yeah.
Yes, just a smaller place which is not really a forest. What we'll say 1 acre is not a forest, 2 acres, 3 acres is not a forest.
Okay.
Yes, I went to one which used to supply the buildings, the places that build places for recreation in Kampala, yes. So they're the biggest, largest place for production of bamboo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my first introduction to bamboo. That is just a beautiful, magical plant. When you're in the bamboo forest, the way it looks, the way the wind blows through the leaves, it's just magical.
Okay.
So that was my first introduction. I fell in love with how it looks. And then as I got to study it more, I found out it's even more miraculous, because from just this one plant, you have over 1,600 uses. So it's a plant that the Chinese have a poem which talks about bamboo, that you can wake up, a man wakes up in a bamboo house, because bamboo is used for construction. You can sleep in bamboo bed sheets, in a bamboo bed. You can eat bamboo. You can use it for paper. You can use it for so many things. So it's a really magical plant in terms of development. And so for a country like Uganda, we can really benefit from bamboo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Divine, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be focusing more on your work at Divine Bamboo, and you know what you're doing right now, why you're doing what you're doing, and the leadership in that space, the change and management of change in that space, as well as the transformation. This is the CEO Bench. We'll be right back after the break. By the way, when you won in Tanzania, you know, that was your biggest cup, Sekafa. What was the party like? Did your chairman walk on his head? What was going on?
The chairman was very excited. I had not heard.
What happened in the board? We want to know.
First of all, some of the board members flew in to watch the game.
Okay.
The chairman could not fly in because of the schedule, but I was on call from the semi-final stage. He would call me all the time. Do you need anything? We're happy. He was very excited. I had never had a chairman CEO conversation this long with him. It was the first time.
Yes.
And everybody that is connected to Express was really, really happy. I mean, we beat Yanga in the semi-final. Then we beat Nyasa Bullets from Malawi, the champions of Malawi. And everybody was really, really excited. My family was very excited. My family is always complaining that I don't talk about them. My family was very happy. They were excited. I'm sure most of them are watching this show right now. The families of my staff, this for me is very exciting. The families of my staff are always following Express because their children are working for Express.
Wow.
And many other people. It was winning the Sekafa.
Yes.
Kind of cemented the kind of transformation Express has had in the recent times. And we have the Sekafa. Every time I look at that trophy, I keep telling my people, well done.
Yes.
And I'm sure the chairman, wherever he is, I'm sure he's busy, but he will watch this show. I'm sure he's happy that we have the Sekafa in our bag. We have the Premier League in our bag. In his third year, by the way. This is his last year, but I know he's around, but he had a plan from 2018 to 2021, and 2021 he has won all this. I'm sure he's very happy. For the first time, and we believe it's not the last time. Okay. Yeah.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent. And of course, my guest this day or this morning, this evening, this night, depending on which part of the world you're watching the program from, is a lady who is deeply rooted into planting bamboo for a cause. Divine Nabawesi is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, a limited company, but for a cause, if I get it right. Divine, welcome back to the program. Divine, we're talking about bamboo and your life at bamboo and the things and why bamboo and why you picked bamboo. I want to take you straight to this question that I usually ask. In today's rapidly changing world, learning to design our organization to read the turbulences that are brought about by the advent of COVID-19, for example, creatively is quite critical to our existence going forward. And leadership plays at the core of this every time we think about it. You are thinking creatively in the space of I need to plant bamboo. We're talking about climate change at the moment, and it's a turbulence that is coming with it, forcing us to do many things that are not right. I want to take you back to that point. Why did you pick yourself and give yourself, and rather gave yourself the meaning and appointed yourself to start doing bamboo of all the things that you've talked about? Why?
Why? That's a very interesting question, Eddie, but I actually think it's the other way around. Yes. I don't think I chose bamboo. I think bamboo chose me. I think bamboo chose me because I really feel like it's my life's calling, my life's work to do this. Yeah. And so it was a natural progression because I already love nature, I love trees, and the more I started to learn about bamboo, I saw how much potential it has, not only for climate change, but like for rural development, for youth empowerment, for women economic empowerment. So there's so much potential there. I had no choice but to start engaging with the bamboo industry.
Okay. And initially you were in the construction business before, if we follow you well. And why the switch?
Why the switch? I think...
What sparked the switch?
I think it's related to something we were talking about in the break. Yeah. That a lot of times we do work that we don't have passion for. And so I felt like that wasn't my calling. I wasn't really happy doing that, being in the real estate sector. So I wanted to do something that, that would make my heart happy, while at the same time contributing to social and environmental good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the Divine Bamboo. When you started the organization, you said you felt like it was a calling for you to go into it. But what is really the real story behind the call, and what is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay. So Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company. And our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. Yeah. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay. Yeah. And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. Yeah. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay. Uganda is predominantly a country that uses, or Africa for that matter, a continent that predominantly uses wood as a cooking fuel. For many, livelihood depends on it, and therefore we are cutting trees because of this. Has been a long journey of us using charcoal for eternity. I mean, at home you're using charcoal. Now we've seen the new gas fuel coming in for cooking, but not everyone can afford. And the mindset behind cutting the trees, and the economy around it is also heavy. There's a lot of money into the charcoal business, which is cutting down the trees, burning the charcoal, and selling it. And a lot of the stories we've seen how trees in Uganda are disappearing because Kenya is demanding a lot of charcoal coming from Uganda, and our neighbors, and so is Rwanda. How are you dealing with this challenge of people still believing that this is where our economic livelihood spring out from, and yet you're telling us not to cut the trees? I mean, since you started this campaign and this organization to sort of like educate us and change our perspective and take us back to the dangers that faces us from a climate change perspective, how's the journey been like, and how are you dealing with the perception and the mindset of these people?
So I would say it's interesting because we no longer have to do a lot of the talking, and unfortunately, because of changing circumstances, it's now self-evident. For example, when we started Divine Bamboo 5 years ago, a sack of charcoal in Kampala was like 50,000. Right now it's like 100,000. And that shows you the scarcity. So charcoal used to come like from Luero. Now people are going as far as Arua and Moyo to cut down trees. So sadly, eventually there will be no more trees to cut. So even at 200,000, the charcoal just won't be there anymore. So that's self-evident, everybody can see that, and so the solution is now more obvious. The other evident thing is climate change. 10 years ago, if you went to the village and told people about climate change, they would not understand. But now, you don't have to be in COP in Glasgow to understand climate change. Even farmers in the village can know that the rain is taking longer, the sun is hotter, the harvests are changing. So because of the way the world is moving, the problem we are solving is now very obvious. And I think that's why finally at COP we were able to see a focus on nature solutions, because we have to use nature to fight it. It's not the only solution, but I think it's a big part of the solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Divine, let's talk more about the people that you're working with, and at Divine Bamboo. How do you get people motivated to join your dream and your vision and your mission? If you would start from your mission and how you recruited people to it.
So again, we try not to recruit people and then motivate them. We try to recruit motivated people. Yeah, because we would like to have a team which is already motivated in solving the problems of climate change, of deforestation, of youth empowerment. So once somebody already has that as a foundation, it's then easy to bring them on to the team and to inculcate in them what our values and mission are.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm talking of the youth empowerment just before we take another break, if you'll break that more. Everybody is talking about youth employment, youth empowerment, youth employment, but we don't tend to get the substance coming out of it or the impact of it coming out. And we watched yesterday or the other day during the COP, 26 in Glasgow, when everyone was talking about the impact, the social impact, the youth, the entrepreneurship it needs to do, and everyone was talking about impact. But yet, when you look at the impact on the ground with the people that we're talking about, it doesn't seem to be quite immense. What are you doing as Divine Bamboo to bring this out? And what is youth livelihood and entrepreneurship from your perspective as Divine Bamboo?
So again, I would preface that by saying that the work we don't do by ourselves. We have a good team in-house, obviously, but we also have a network of partners. So for example, we are working with UNDP on a youth empowerment project, and some of our activities included training youth in Kamwocha. So we had a training about a month ago where we trained over 200 youth in Kamwocha. And we want to see how we can bring them on board in the value chain of clean energy. And so our ethos is to meet them where they are. So it's not about preaching, you need to use clean energy, you need to not cut trees, but you need to give them alternatives. And then you also need to show them how that works within their current situation. So for example, if we go to somebody making Rolex or making barbecue, we can show them how if they use our bamboo briquettes, they are cleaner, so there's less smoke and soot, so means better health for them, but also they cook longer. So in the end, they're able to have a saving. So it has to be practical for your audience and for the customer.
Okay. Divine, talking about that, obviously Africa struggles quite a bit, and Uganda is no different from leadership. Mentorship management in leadership is not quite easy, and the young people of today are not finding it easier compared to the baby boomers, and then the what I would say, our fathers. They had a certain level of mentorship. The ones that came after that stopped the process. The ones that are supposed to be mentoring, those we're calling millennial today, or Gen Z, are not even trying it. What are you doing with Divine Bamboo from the leadership perspective to get this youth that you're training in any of these areas to actually know that leadership is a very key component of them, succeeding in life?
I actually have a different take on that.
Yeah.
I feel that today, more than any other time in human history, there are more opportunities than have ever been there. There's so much information in books, on the internet, and so I actually feel that young people today have more resources than ever before. You can go on Twitter and learn from the best minds possible without paying anything, both globally and even locally here. Like, for example, what Robert Kabushenga is doing with his 360 Mentor. He's having incredible people there. You can access it for free. So I think that the opportunities today are greater than ever. But yeah, so what we are doing is we have internship programs. So we have internship programs where we bring on the youth and we teach them how we are working and how they can maybe be a part of the organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you talk about this, Divine, it's a good point, and I would like to agree with you. But I want to just take you a little bit back to, one thing is telling them, this is what you need to do, or this is how we need to go. The other thing is holding their hand to go with them to reach there. How are we doing this at Divine Bamboo? Because you fairly deal with a young generation motivated by your work, they're training the younger people. What is their response toward your call, and how are you dealing with it, holding the hand to move them forward?
The response is very good. We have a lot of engagement on our social media channels, but I think the biggest one, like I mentioned, is the internship program, where they actually come and join the company, and for a few months, maybe 3 or 4 months, they get to work with us. And through that program, we've actually got, I think right now, like 4 current employees who came through that program. So I think that would be our biggest engagement, on top of the outreach that we do, like in Kamocha, where we had the training to show them how to use briquettes in their existing businesses.
Wow. We're talking to Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, an organization that has focused itself in planting bamboo and making sure that we actually have clean energy coming up from that space. If you have a question, we would like you to post it out there, and Divine will be able to answer it. Kisses and disses are welcome. We don't take things personal. Divine is here to, answer your question. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue on change management and how bamboo is causing transformation in our society. What is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business, how you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in the market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth. So I think this requires an openness of mindset. And I would say that for me, the fact, again, that I have two cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot. You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities. If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different. And difficult people. I know by the French side, because I have my French family, I worked in France, I worked with French companies. So I learned how to deal with this. And so and now, especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of hospitality. So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important. It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed. I would say, or I mean. People that analyze the market trends, how things go. Before, a generation gap would be 10 years. Now it's shorter.
Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is Creative Industry Talk mixed with the CEO bench, with everything about talking creatively about planting trees, but particularly bamboo. Today we've learned something from Divine, that bamboo is a magical tree, it's a magical plant. We want to dig deep into that. Divine, welcome back to the program. When we went to the break, we were talking about the impact of the project that you do on the young people that you're working with, the mentorship management and the leadership. Let's talk about change management. There are a lot of things that are happening in our society today. And as the founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo, you must be meeting a lot of challenges that requires change and managing change from one place to another. But first, you started by managing change from you, turning around your life from the construction business and the real estate business into bamboo. No one quite understood why you just did a switch. What was the journey like, moving from what you once was comfortable with to something that it could have been either failure or success?
So the journey is never smooth. I don't know if you've seen like an infographic that illustrates the journey of success, like what outsiders see is a straight line. But really what's going on is like a lot of craziness. So of course the journey is not smooth, and in the beginning I had no idea at all what I was going to do after I left the real estate industry. And so I actually took some time off and went to travel and just to find out what I want to do. And so I think that looking deep within yourself and being honest with yourself and looking at what you love to do, what your interests are and your passion, it will lead you to your calling.
Divine, talking about that, what is your greatest challenge that you have ever faced in your life, and how were you able to manage it as a founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo?
I think the biggest challenge is financial, definitely. Because the very definition of a startup is that you're doing something in an innovative way that has not been done before.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that means that sometimes you don't even know how your idea is going to make money. So you know that it's going to save the world and save the forest, but how does it make money?
Yeah.
So until you figure that out, there's a gap, so it's really challenging. And even when you figure it out, because it's a new product, you don't get customers just like that. So it's a process. And so it's very challenging because the company is running and you have bills and you have people to pay and you have all these things going on. And so, yeah, it's quite challenging to run a company for a number of years while you're loss making. But, yeah.
Yes, that's a challenge for everyone. And one of the things I want to, while we're still on change management, you obviously meet young people or people who have been through certain things like you have been through already. What are usually your answers to them? You said the challenge was when you started running the company for some time without financials and, you know, splitting everything. I'm sure you went back to your parents quite too many times to ask for a few shillings here and there to help you, and they kept telling you, but this thing of yours, we're not sure about it. And then they start to measure your degree, which you have gotten, vis-a-vis what you are doing that doesn't sort of like, you know, take you to the corporate world where it's almost assured that you're going to get salary at the end of the month. There are many people like that who are stuck and they're watching you right now. What advice would you give them on how they can manage that change that sometimes can make some people become very comfortable and fearful to move?
So one of the best pieces of advice I've ever had was like, when things are tough, especially in business, instead of giving up, just keep doing what you're doing, and by this time next year, be here doing the same thing. So you need to have a laser sharp focus.
Yes.
You need to tune out all the noise and just keep doing what you're doing, because eventually your work will speak for itself. Eventually your customers will find you, your people will find you. But obviously it's not easy, it's easier said than done.
Yes.
So you need to prepare yourself. It's really, really tough. So your tolerance of pain has to be also quite high.
Yes.
But in the end, it works out.
Okay.
So I would say persistence. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's
okay.
all.
But how do you find persistence, hope, trust and character in the midst challenges of bills coming in, you know, change from where you used to be comfortable with salary and to where you now need to, you know, drink a cup of coffee at Ndiro Coffee, like where you used to sit, and the pocket is not coming as clearly as possible. How do you manage that change, which is really very tricky at that point? I know you said it's not easy and said and done, but I want you to just dig a little bit deep on your story of when you didn't have the finances, but you had to start. How were you able to keep going, and how did you eventually hit the finance button?
I mean, I guess that's why people write books, because there is so much to say.
Yes, yes.
But I think the biggest thing is the mind.
Yeah.
Your whole life is basically just in the mind.
Yeah.
So if you decide you're going to do something, no matter what happens, but you know this is what you're meant to do, you'll keep going. So the mind is very important, having a positive attitude, being around positive people, reading books of successful people, but also associating with successful entrepreneurs who might also not be very successful, but who are going through the same thing as you. So for example, someone who has been very helpful to me is called Solomon King. He's the founder of Fundi Bots. I don't know if you know him.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So because it's the same journey, nothing you're facing is unique to you. You're not the first person to hustle.
Yes, yes.
You're not the first person to struggle with a business. So go out and talk to other people who are doing what you're doing. Get encouragement, because you need that fuel to keep going.
Wow. Divine, talking about that, where do you draw your source of inspiration from while managing this change?
From quite a number of sources. I think nature itself for me is my inspiration. So even if planting trees is my work, to relax I still go to nature. So I go and visit forests, I go to see the lake. So nature is I think my biggest source of filling up my cup. Then friends and family, that's also very important. Because if you're working, in the beginning it's difficult to make the balance. But as you mature as an entrepreneur, you start to understand that you need to have the balance. You need to create time intentionally to spend with your friends and family. And also reading. I like to read a lot because you learn so much from books.
Okay. Let's talk about, finally, bamboo and Uganda. Uganda has a plan 2024 as our vision. I want you to share the vision of Divine Bamboo, the mission behind it, and how does that fit in the vision of Uganda 2040?
So, the beauty about bamboo and Divine Bamboo is that our company ticks about 10 of the SDGs, from good health and well-being to economic development, gender equality, life on land. And so we find that we have a very good fit with the government and government programs. In fact, we were part of the key stakeholders who were able to draft a national bamboo strategy for Uganda. So the government is on board. They're interested in bamboo. They want to promote bamboo. And so we look very much forward to working with like the National Forest Authority, Ministry of Water and Energy, the Ministry for Youth and Gender, because we believe that our programs can really help with rural development. We're increasing farmers' incomes through programs like agroforestry and through programs like Mandela's Energy as well, where we work with the farmers and then the waste can be used to produce energy. So our projects and our company can really help to work alongside existing programs to increase people's incomes, to help to reduce deforestation, and to make sure that we preserve our forests.
Okay, let's talk about the Uganda Vision 2040, and I want us to go a little bit deeper into this. Uganda Vision of 2040, which you've talked about, but what drive and legacy would you want to be part of this 2040 vision of Uganda from that perspective?
So again, I'll take us back to the last week. The news has been dominated completely by COP26 in Glasgow, and especially nature solutions coming to the forefront. So prior to this, I feel like nature solutions were a bit underfunded and underrepresented, but finally nature got to be center stage, and now everybody is waking up, from government to billionaires like Bezos and the Gates. Everybody is now waking up to the importance of nature. So I feel like we are ready. We've been waiting for a long time. So we are ready to work with all partners to help achieve the targets that the world is setting. How can we reduce global warming? How can we contribute to the decarbonization? And so we are well positioned for that. We are working with farmers because we believe that it's going to take everybody. It's not just one company or one person. We're working with farmers, we are working with producers and businesses and schools. And so we are ready because we work with women, we work with youth, and hopefully we can help to influence the clean energy industry.
Wow. Divine, from the French angle, a couple of years ago you first appeared in France, the Campus France program that you went for. Let's talk about it. Was that your first time in France, and how did you get there?
Yes, that was my first time in France. So I attended a program at Alliance Française, and I was the best in, I think it was Delft, which is a level of French, of the French language. So then as a reward, I was given a trip to Paris and the south of France to go and learn more about bamboo actors in France, but also just to experience French culture.
Okay. Yeah. And while in France for that program, or on that exchange program, what did you learn from there? What were the learnings that when you came back to Uganda, you have been applying, you know, from the art and culture perspective to the environment perspective to the people perspective. What did you learn from there that you're implementing here that you can talk about now?
I think probably one of the biggest learnings was the fact that great things take time. So obviously things like the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower and all those amazing gardens that are created there, they don't happen overnight. So you need to dedicate the time and the resources to know that it's going to take a long time if you want to make something that will last forever. And also quality, like you have to really be consistent on quality.
Yeah. And on that note, as we go towards the end of our interview today, I want to take you, recently you appeared in France for the New Africa France Summit 2021. And in Montefiore, as we call it, or Montefiore, I mean, the people who came back from France were trying to pronounce this is Montfilia, Montefiore, Montpellier, Montpellier. So all of this is, but you were there. What was the learning that you picked from there? What is your understanding of the new Africa-France relationship?
Okay. So first of all, it was a great honor to be among the few Ugandans chosen to go and represent Africa in Paris and Montpellier. So for that, I'd like to thank the French Embassy and Ambassador Jules, and of course President Macron. So it was a very exciting time to be there, because I think that the world is shifting and things are changing. And so it's very progressive of President Macron to have this summit where in his speech he said all the presidents were calling him, like, why didn't he invite them? And he said he didn't want to talk to presidents this time. He wanted to listen to young people, the people of Africa. And he had some very tough conversations actually with some youth from Africa. So I feel like it was a chance to be open, a chance to have a new relationship, and to forget, can I say, old mistakes and old wounds, but move forward together. So it was really exciting to be there.
Okay. And Divine, from a Divine Bamboo perspective, what did you learn from there? What kind of collaboration did you pick from there? What sense did you pick from there that you think that you are using right now or you will be using going forward?
So the sense I picked from there was the energy of young Africans, Africans from Kenya, from Chad, from Burundi, from really all over Africa. There's a lot of energy, a lot of good things happening in all industries, from renewable energy to beauty and mobility. There's a lot of intelligence. So Africa as a continent has a lot of potential, and so that was really invigorating. But also within the Ugandan delegation that went there, we were able to really network within the delegation and to form some very good synergies, and I'm happy that some of those are already moving forward.
Okay. And let's talk about the transformation of your business from that perspective. When we were into following what was happening in France, we would see a lot of France talking about we need to transform Africa, we need to work with Africa, transform Africa, we want to focus on the collaboration. Collaborations means equality, it means fairness, it means forward thinking, it means many things from their perspective. And you guys were in the audience. What transformational approach or information did you pick from there that you are going to apply back home here from your perspective as Divine Nabawesi, as the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo?
One of the biggest things that I picked was a willingness to collaborate on both sides. The French companies, the French government is ready to collaborate. The Africans are ready, they have great solutions, they're very intelligent and energetic. So I think now is the perfect time for synergies. And so you could be a local company in Uganda, but with all the technology and opportunities, there is so much potential for collaboration. So you could be a local company, but with global clientele. And so that should be our mindset, that just because you're in Kampala doesn't mean you can't have clients in Paris or London or whatever.
Okay. That said, by the way, Divine, our biggest problem has always been one language. We speak one language. And so we can't do business with people who live in Mali because they are francophone, you know, based countries, and we're anglophone this side. So we've not been able to do business together because we're language, sort of like a language barrier in between us. Don't you think that poses a big challenge into this transformation that we're talking about? What's your thoughts?
Maybe, but with every challenge, there's always an opportunity and a solution. So, as you know, there's opportunities here in Uganda to learn French. You could go to Alliance Française, they have evening classes, so you could slowly start to teach yourself. There are apps that you can use like Duolingo, but you could also maybe have a translator or work through a website that manages the interaction between Anglophones and Francophones. I think there's always a way if where there's a will.
Okay. So would you advise now the East African nations who are mostly, you know, Anglophone countries to go and learn French in order for them to interact with some of these opportunities you're saying? Because if you're going to interact with a company that is based in France and is going to provide solutions, you want to have a global, clientele, it requires that you know how to communicate to them. Business is about relationships and communication. I communicate to you in a language manner in which we all can build a synergy, then we can collaborate our ideas and be able to move things from point A to point B. But where I find it, I can't communicate with Divine. Even though I know what to say, I might struggle to say it or struggle to express my emotions to Divine. It's different when somebody's translating it. We saw it on the stage that most Ugandans who went and most Africans that went there and couldn't speak French struggled to understand because the translator was giving the translation, but things were being lost in translation, and some people may not have gotten it very well. Luckily for us, Uganda, we had one Peter Nyiko who was there to, in the evening, sit down with the 20 people, whoever was available, to sort of like break things down because he studied in France, he's done all these things. The point I'm trying to make here, Divine, is very simple. 5 languages in Africa. Shouldn't you start doing this at Divine Bawesi by sponsoring some of these children that you're doing to learn, so that the villages where you're planting the trees, you know, there's a language that can begin to come out from there? Because should your customers come from France and say, we want to buy bamboo from the northern part of Uganda in Noya, for example, where you've just planted, I'm told, 7,500 trees or thereabout, how will they communicate? Would you use a translator or you work with them? Are you having any program, in other words, in line of transformation to take the language learning and the cross-cultural learning for peace building and for agricultural, economic benefits, that I can talk to you, you can talk to me, we can transact business based on that, that we understand the language? Are you doing that, or you have any plan in that line of transformation?
It's interesting because the conversation today is always about young people and youth, and how the future belongs to them.
Yes.
So, but therein is also an opportunity, because when you're young, you have a lot of time, you still have time, and your brain is still very fresh. So then I would encourage them, the young people, to start learning different languages, and also parents, I guess. Because at that age, children can be encouraged to learn different languages, because that will open multiple opportunities for them. Unfortunately, we're not able to be sponsors right now, but they could talk to the French embassy or maybe the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure there are programs out there that can support them to become bilingual or trilingual or even more.
Okay, on that note, how many languages do you speak, by the way?
I speak 3 languages.
3 languages?
Yes.
Which one?
Luganda, English, and French.
Ah, okay. Yes. Well, I guess you're already in the process of making more money ahead of some of us who speak only 1 language or 2 languages and not very good.
And I'm learning German.
Wow. Divine, we've come to the end of the show. We want to just close up this program, the CEO Bench today, by just telling us a little bit more about how do you measure impact of the work that you've been doing in the last 5 years you've been working? How are you able to measure the impact? And what legacy would you want to leave behind? The day you said, I'm done, what would be the legacy of Divine Nabawesi?
Okay. So, I mean, you do your best. You do your best and hope that you're going to have impact in your work. So our impact is measured in avoided deforestation, meaning that for every one seedling we plant, we are saving, for example, an acre of bamboo could potentially save 2 acres of hardwood trees every year. Then a ton of briquettes of bamboo is potentially saving X number of charcoal from being produced. So in terms of avoided deforestation, in terms of avoided emissions, but also in terms of opportunities that we give to women, we hope that our impact will be that women have more time for productive work instead of having to walk kilometers to collect firewood, for example, or the dangers they face while they're going to collect firewood. We hope that that would be the impact. Improved health, instead of cooking from the 3-stone fire that traditionally we in Africa are used to cooking on, that now they can have improved means of cooking. That would be an impact. The youth we are training, the opportunities, the income generation opportunities that we are creating, and also inspiring other young people and other women that you can come up with an idea that you believe in, and if you give it your all and give it time, eventually you will make a difference.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Divine, for coming to the program today. We want to say thank you for accepting our invitation to come and sharing with the ideas. We're definitely going to bring you back to the program, and looking forward to seeing the impact of bamboo in our society in the next couple of years to come. And what would be your one last parting shot to that one human being anywhere in the world, stuck in their job, don't know how to move from one point to the next, and want to move? And what will be that one word you want to leave them with, or 3 things that you want to leave them with, that when they do, they will begin to see different things or experience a different lifestyle going forward in their life? If you look into this camera.
Okay, I think 2 things. One is it gets better. It always gets better, so never give up. Like Winston Churchill said, never, 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 ever give up. And then the second one, which really helps a lot, which really helps me a lot, is remembering that there's enough for us all. So when other people succeed, be happy for them. And so don't fight for resources, don't be greedy, because in the end, there's enough for us all.
Wow. Thank you very much, Divine, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming to the program today. We're gonna, sort of like spread love like we always do. We're taught by Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe of Watoto, says, whenever you do this, you have to spread love. No, you have to spread love. Yes, you have to spread love to everyone that is going. But thank you very much for coming, Divine. We've come to the end of the CEO Bench today. We want to say thank you very much, everybody. Divine will be coming back on the show on the Creative Industry Talk to talk about the creativity of how they're using bamboo to create more jobs, and how that is being used in creating furniture, building houses, using it. She talked about that can be used for bed sheets and beds and stuff like that. We want to know how that process works. She talks about it being used in the value chain of, you grow bamboo, you use it for cooking, you use it for building the house, you use it for putting the shades, but then also you use it for cooking. How is that bamboo being turned around to briquette and to clean fuel to cook food? We want to understand that on the Creative Industry Talk. Until then, we say thank you very much for being part of the show. Eddie Okila, Divine Nabawesi, signing out.
Learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it, technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world, and take them away from their small world. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done.
I can see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time.
I'm a believer of functionality over form.
Oh, yes.
What will make you function as opposed to what form must you possess? Like you've done all the theories, you've done all these, but I'm a believer of functionality. Now, people will tell you, for academics is not about only just functionality. So we must give you basis, approach, all the things that you need to know. Granted, must it take 4 years?
Certainly not.
Thank you. So how do we, because you see, time is no longer luxury.
And COVID has showed us that.
Thank you. So we need to really search deeply and ask ourselves, what do we want?
What do we want to achieve with this?
And then how do we run the transformation? How do we change? And how do we manage change? I think for me, like I said, until it is painful, you can't.
Visions of rapture now passing on sight. Angels descending, bring from above. Echoes of mercy. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Sing together. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Yes, let's go. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. 'Cause you are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, working in our lives. I worship you, oh, I worship you. 'Cause you are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Yes, you are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here together, moving in our midst. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you, I worship you. Waymaker, waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. 'Cause you are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. 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 Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop, you never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. 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 That is who you are.
Woo! Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. That is who He is. Hallelujah. He is the way maker. Praise the Lord. We thank you, Jesus. We'd like to welcome you today to the Sunday Rise session. Yes. We are Wise One. We're coming from a ministry called the Wise One. It's a women's ministry. Our vision is to bring women to that place to understand and to know who they are in Christ Jesus. True. To enjoy the presence of the Lord. Amen. To enjoy who they are and to do great things for the Lord. Amen. In this generation. Amen. And so our vision is a generation of women manifesting Christ. Hallelujah. And so today we are so blessed to be in this place. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Today I'm here with Della. Della is my name is Precious Kopsinje. I am very, very blessed to be here and to worship with every one of you that has tuned in today. We thank you for taking off your time and to come in and worship the Lord with us. Hallelujah. Amen. Della Kalanzi, just please say something about yourself.
My name is Della. I'm so blessed to be here. I'm a worshiper. I have been a worshiper for the longest time, and I am so honored to be hosted today with Wise One Worship. Thank you.
And I'm Marjorie Seruo. I am so blessed to be here. I'm honored to be here, actually. Also a worshiper, just like the rest of them, and I'm born again. I love the Lord. I'm so happy to be here.
And on my right? Yeah, right. On my right is a gentleman. Yes. And his name is Jonathan Bakimi. Yes. Yes. Jonathan Bakimi. Jonathan, you're very welcome. Please say something about yourself.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Bakimi, as Precious has said. And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm a singer, songwriter, guitarist. I love the Lord. I'm passionate about love.
Woo! Amen. Amen. Wonderful. So we welcome you again. Thank you very much. Just continue to worship with us as we sing a few songs of love, of blessing, of, it's coming from our hearts. We love God so much, and we love God so much, and so please join us as we sing. Amen.
It's dark and it's hard to see what you were doing here in the ruins and where this will lead. Oh, but I know that down through the years I look on this moment and see your hand on it. I know you are here. And I testify of the battles you've won. How you were my portion when there wasn't enough. And I testify of the seas that we've crossed, the waters you parted, the waves that I've walked, singing, oh, my God did not fail. Oh, it's the story I'll tell. Oh, I know it is well. Oh, it's the story I'll tell. Believing gets wasn't enough. And I'll testify of the seasons we've crossed. Yes, I will. The waters you parted, the ways that I've walked, singing, oh, 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 my God did not fail. Singing, oh, 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 it's the story I'll tell. Oh, 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 I know it is well. Oh, 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 it's the story I'll tell. Singing, oh, 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 my God did not fail. Singing, oh, oh, it's the story I'll tell. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, my God did not fail. Thank you, Jesus. Our God did not fail. It's the story I'll tell. Thank you, Jesus. It's the story we will tell. It's the story we will tell. Our God cannot fail. He cannot fail. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. Perfect communion, perfect delight, visions of rapture now burst in my sight. Angels descending, ring from above, echoes of mercy, whispers of love. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is
the day long. Hallelujah. We all have stories. Hallelujah. We all have stories. Some are bad, some are awesome stories, some are good, some are pain stories. We all have stories to tell. Della, could you just tell us a little bit of your story? Just a little bit of your story. When did you give your life to Christ, and how did you begin the music? How did you start? What was that? How did you get the desire to worship the Lord? How did it all begin?
I gave my life to Christ when I was a little child, at 9 years of age. I went to Watoto Church, which was then KPC, and they were putting on a drama, Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames, and I was so scared, like I cried, and I ran to the altar and gave my life to Christ. And I had, by the way, Precious is my big sister, and I have another big sister called Sheila Tugume. They were both involved in KPC, in ministry. They were singing, dancing, and doing so much. So I literally, can I say I followed in their footsteps? So mine was, I had very good examples in front of me, very good role models, and I just followed. I just followed in place. Of course, it had to come from my heart. I had to have a hunger for God, and I had to have a love for worship. But really, it was people that were modeling Christ before me, and that is how I found myself in ministry.
Great, great, wonderful. Marjorie.
Well, like Della, surprisingly, I got born again when I was a little child as well. There was a crusade. I used to go to an Anglican church. It's called Bukoto St. Andrews. And there was a crusade where I gave my life to Christ. I don't know if I knew what it meant, but I just walked to the front like everybody else did. And then along the way, I was just, moving with emotions. My parents were really born again, and so they kind of introduced Christ in our family, and we used to pray and all that, go to church. But personally, I think I experienced him more when I went to secondary school. Because I got to secondary school, and then I understood what it meant to have a personal relationship with God. Before, it was more like emotion. And then, of course, while in that place, I learned a lot about singing. I got trained in singing, and then I got introduced to church, Watoto Church as well. And then I joined the worship team, and I have since not looked back. Thank you.
Great, great. You've been such blessings in this generation. Jonathan, tell us your story. Just a little bit about you.
Well, I grew up in a musical family, and actually my dad taught me my first chords on the guitar.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I've been playing since I was a little child, and singing. We're always singing at home. My dad's a pastor, so that's why I know a lot about school songs. But yeah, our home is a very loud and musical home. We're always singing, and it's been a fun experience.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. We're going to go on for a short break. We will be back shortly. Please stay online. We are coming back. Yeah, God bless you.